I wrote this book about my life and how I personally broke the chains of this garbage, mostly with my words, but a few times with my fists. I speak to you in the first person. You read a few stories from my library, you dream when you sleep on my couch, and the book contains over 200 illustrations. You've never seen anything like it.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I used them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Damn right we will. Featured stories today. We've got the great, the one and only, the dazzling Jill Colton will be with us for an hour, and we'll be talking with her about Canada and some other things. We have Gemini, the cryptocurrency exchange, banned me, Andrew, Torba, Lana, and Henrik, and some others. We'll talk about that. Matt Walsh on Nancy Mace, and don't have my glasses on, so that's a little blurry. Senate border deal would allow 5,000 illegal immigrants a day. We have the Go Free lesson of the day. What are victim groups? There will be your comments, your calls, and questions. And then there's this. A man was lying on his deathbed with his wife by his side. He turned to his wife and said, "Honey, I have a confession to make." She comforted him. "Save your strength, my love." "No, I want to say it. So when I die, my soul will be at peace. I've been stealing all your money and giving it all to my girlfriends. I haven't been faithful to you or been a good father to our children. I was the one who stole your diamond necklace and hid it in your sister's bag so you would run her off. Please forgive me." "I know all of these things," his wife responded. "That's why I poisoned you." And that is why you live your life as honestly as you possibly can. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning here to everyone in service, to white well-being and who are going free, and even those like myself who are most assuredly sick today. We're still going free. There's nothing that can stop us from this service to white well-being. Not even illness, my friends, not even illness. It's wonderful to see you all. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. It's 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. If you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering after yours truly has been robbed this past week by anti-whites galore, if you would like to financially gift, you may do so over at Entropy, which is up and running, as it appears to be the case here. And I have the back side open as well, so I'll be able to see, even if it doesn't show up on the front side, I will have it up and I will see it, my friends. You may also financially gift over at Odyssey, which is up and running over on my left. It does appear, yes, it is. It is up and running. You may financially gift there in cash dollars or in cryptocurrency. D-Live in cryptocurrency. Hello to everybody on Rumble, and I will be keeping an eye open. Make sure you tag me on any one of these platforms as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt, and I will see. It will light up for me, and I'll be able to speak to your question, comment, or concern, or whatever it might be. You can even disagree. Just do so respectfully. I'm going to begin my rap career after this. You may financially gift over at Cash App, and thank you all for the floating emojis. I appreciate it. Financially gifting at Cash App is available, and so is, in just a moment, it wasn't, Subscribe Star is now up and running as well to financially gift. So I will keep that open, and I will see if you financially gift there as well. It's great to see everybody here today. Wouldn't you know it? Too busy this past week. Couldn't do a Wednesday roll-in, and then obviously the Sunday gathering becomes even more important since there was no roll-in. And wouldn't you know it, I got sick. And I thought, oh my God, how am I going to pull this? I mean, I said, I'm going to do it anyhow. We'll see what happens. And here we are. I've been pumping myself up with mad chemicals. One of them, coffee, lots of it. So if my voice sounds a little weird, it's because of the illness. I haven't been shouting at the children running across the grass. Although I must say, the first time I got an opportunity to yell at kids running on the grass, I took it, and I made it as cringe-worthy as possible. I walked out and I was like, "Hey, you kids, get off the grass!" And it felt good because I had been waiting my whole life to do that, since I had been the kids running across the grass. I see Biospirit of the West is here. Great to see you. Asking what's different about the hair. I don't know. I think it's I think it is. Yeah, I think it is a little staticky. That's what I think. I think there's a little bit of static going on. Rory is here. Promethean Kitchen is here. DM'd me on X. All right, I'll check it out, brother. I appreciate it. Hank is here. Great to see you. Sloths is here. Get off my lawn. Get off my lawn, damn it. Get off the grass, damn it. I remember when I was a child and we were running across some grass of a neighbor's lawn. And the neighbor came out crazily, like, oh, what are you doing on my grass? He came out. He was like a demon shooting out of his garage, just like on fire, in fuego. And he came out. He's like, get off. And it scared the living hell out of me. I took off like 100 miles an hour. And but one of my friends thought he was going to be tough. And he turned around. He's like, I'm going to run on your grass if I want to. And I think that was the worst decision he ever made in his life. Probably even to this day, all these years later. Actually, though, it just reminded me of something really funny I do have to share. We were jumping fences. And we're going to get into like this is the main. We got stuff to talk about. But, we're talking about jumping fences. Who did that when they were a boy, when they were young? And so we were jumping fences just through people's yards, for the fun of it, because that was something you did when you were a boy. And so we were jumping and we jumped this one guy's, and he ended up sitting like he was right in the his kitchen. He's looking out his sliding glass window door. And here we go. We jump over and we sprint through and we jump the other side. Well, the guy, we saw him spring up out of his chair and go running for his front door, which is the direction we were running. And he comes busting out of his house like a madman to run us down. Well, as you all know, you're well aware, I was very fast, very, very fast. And so even as a youth, I was very fast. So I was gone. I was like a missile. I was gone. And I turned around just in time to see my buddy, who was not very fast. In fact, he was much more snail-like. He was actually a guy from a young boy from India, and he was not long for this country. And he had this very generic running style, his hands like this. And I was turned around just in time to be able to see this homeowner's hand go grab a hold of his shirt and stop him dead in his tracks. Oh boy. If you would like to financially gift in a cryptocurrency, and nobody does that to me. Nobody does that anymore. If you would like to do that, though, you can do so in a couple different cryptocurrency over in Cash App. But you can also head on over to knowwhyguilt.org, knowwhyguilt.org, and you will find their financial gift tab. You'll see the wallets that I use, and you'll also see a snail mail address. And that is a good segue to get into what happened this past week with yours truly. Red Dog is here. The great Sloths. What is that? Reth? My vision, I think, is even blurrier. Rory's asking if those are steps down the Brooklyn Tunnel. No, my friend, it's actually it is a tunnel. It's not steps, although it does appear to be that way. Misty is here. Great to see you. Art Acrobats. Save Western civilization now. Azimuth Clark is with us, the great Azimuth Clark. Let's see. Who else has tagged me? Myra is here. She tagged me. Hello to you. Cool Papa J Magic, enjoying a cup of coffee on a cold and snowy day with no white guilt. Fit and healthy at any age is here. Great to see you, brother. He says hello. A big hello to you. And the great Franklin, of course, is here. Lancelot. What are your thoughts on the cringe Latinos for Trump rappers? I have not seen that. Odin Saya is here. Great to see you, brother. RBN is here. I should check that out. I've never heard of that. Latinos for Trump rappers. Oh my God. And I have no doubt that Trump will give them full time in the spotlight, and he'll be talking about my Latino is here. With you kind of Saxony is here. So, let me go ahead and share Gemini. Have you all ever heard of Gemini? This is the cryptocurrency exchange, and it was shared and pushed by Andrew Torba as a great place for people who are, if you're within the anti-white narrative, you in the right wing or the alternative right, or however you want to phrase, reactionary, however you want to phrase it. And this would be a place to go where you could buy and trade and sell cryptocurrency, and had been fine for years. And I had been using it for years, no issue whatsoever. Not for financial gifts in cryptocurrency, which I've gotten almost none, almost zero. The last time somebody gave me a cryptocurrency gift was, I believe, and unless I could be corrected, last February was a $20. So the people who are getting the money as financial, in fact, I was stunned to see some of the money that is given to, and really pisses me off, all these scum out there like Tits Menadeo, who and their followers will come and say, oh, no white guilt guy is just a grifter. Meanwhile, their guy is making like 15 times the sum. 15, it's and more and more and more and more on top of that. So get almost zero in cryptocurrency. I was using Gemini with my own money to make investments. And so what happened? Well, I had made an investment, and then I tried to make another movement. This was this past week, and they wouldn't let me do it. So I was obviously curious. I reached out to them, and they said, oh, well, we are investigating your account. And they wouldn't tell me for what, and they wouldn't say why. They wouldn't say anything about the entire process. And then received an email from them that said that my account was closed, that I had to sell all of my cryptocurrency, all my investments, which ended up being at a loss. Had to sell it all, and then had to get my fiat currency out of their exchange within 5 days. What would happen if I didn't get my fiat currency out within 5 days? I don't know. But I had to immediately sell to like the lowest bidder my investments. Not financial gifts. My own money investments. Had to sell them all immediately, and then transfer the fiat currency out of Gem. And they specifically said in the email that we're not going to tell you. Don't bother asking why this is happening. So I reached out to Lana and Henrik, and I did not know that this had happened to anyone else yet. I reached out to Lana and Henrik, and I said, hey, you remember Gemini? We had talked about that years and years back, and I just wanted to let you know, they just arbitrarily shut my account down, made me sell all of my assets, all of my cryptocurrency investments, and then take the loss and leave. And then she wrote me back and said, the ADL did it. There's an article on it. And I was like, what? Like, I had no idea, because I didn't know about her tweet until I guess it was through Fernal, and shared her tweet. Then I saw indeed that she had that they had been affected as well by this. And I can assume a great many more. I then saw Torba, his tweet, and I think maybe Blonde in the Belly of the Beast. I think she was also one of the people who were targeted and had to. I don't know if it's the exact same. I'm assuming it is, that everybody had to sell their cryptocurrencies and just take. So you couldn't take your cryptocurrency and leave. This is the debanking. If you've been here for a while, you know, I don't complain like the others do about, like so many others do, about being deplatformed and debanked. So many of the others out there will talk about that as though that's the evidence that they're right. It's not the evidence that you're right. It's the whole trite saying of you're taking flack if you're over the target is bullshit. You're taking flack when you're standing in front of their guns. That does not mean that you are right or that you're effective or that you will end up in the right place, that you will do what is the right place? The recapture of our destiny, the ending of our victimization, right? Doesn't mean any of that. It just means that they're targeting you. And if you want them to target you more quickly, then you'll dress up and you'll talk like their demon. Then they'll be able to easily see you and they'll target you. But the ADL, as we know, is not an organization that is merely trying to protect Jews from anti-Jewish sentiment. The ADL is a hardcore anti-white organization. And this is a perfect demonstration of the anti-whiteism of the ADL. There are genuine individuals. And of course, in the post that they made or the article that they wrote about this and what they had done, they highlight the people that society, white people in society, will shrug their shoulders at these people being mistreated or wrongly or unfairly treated. This is what I've been talking to y'all about for years. If you behave in a way, if you behave as the villain in their narrative, the anti-white narrative, then the millions of our brothers and sisters will just go, they got what they deserve. But if you are a normal white person and you're objecting to our victimization, white people will get real nervous. And that's why the ADL did not list me on the list. And I'm sure there are others that they took down that they didn't want to list because they don't want the white population to say, well, hold on now. Now you're talking about somebody here that just cares about white well-being. You're talking about somebody here that's not slandering all Jews the moment they're born. You're just talking about somebody here that wants white well-being, and you are impoverishing them. You want to impoverish those people. So do you see now, how fucking right I am? How right I've been? Of course they're not going to name me when they're busily impoverishing me. Of course they're going to name Tits Menedeo. Of course they're going to name the National Socialist Movement Slug, whatever that guy's name. Of course they're going to be naming those people. Because our brothers and sisters are going to say, scum. They're scum, so who cares? Our brothers and sisters will turn away. I've been right all along. So the ADL, the anti-white ADL, let's let Greenblatt reach out to Gemini, have Gemini reach out to me and fucking apologize to me for doing this to me. The stress that causes. I'm not like I'm poor. I'm not some rich guy and be like, oh, well, you're just going to over all my investments? Oh, well. No, poor middle class regular people don't have like endless financial opportunities in the world. If we find something that gets us by, then we've been lucky. Then we feel like we've got it made. We thank our lucky stars. So to slither in like the anti-white pigs that they are, and then say, oh yeah, never done anything wrong, not breaking your terms of service. Now, Gemini does have terms of service in Europe that say you can't be heretical to anti-whiteism. We just summed it up there. You can't be heretical to anti-whiteism. But they don't have that terms of service in the United States, which wouldn't even matter for me because I'm white positive. I don't condemn any group of people on the basis of their birth or the community that they're in as contributory to whether or not they're an awful or evil or good person. The only people I have a problem with are anti-whites. This entire community feels this way. That's the only time an intersection with us and our well-being matters, is if a person is anti-white. But the ADL, no, because they're anti-white, no problem. They hate white people. The ADL hates white people. They wouldn't have included me in a list with the riffraff, the villain role-playing losers, if they didn't hate white people. And so I want you to imagine for a moment, we're going to take a look at an article. We'll take a look at the ADL document as well. But I want you to imagine, what if half of the resistance to anti-whiteism was white positive? How easy or difficult would it be for anti-white entities like the ADL to impoverish them without raising the ire of millions of white people? They wouldn't be able to do it. They absolutely would not be able to do it. And here's an example of what I talked about when it comes to popularity. If I were, wildly popular, they wouldn't have been able to do it to me, because then they know that tons of normal white people and good people of other races would find out and immediately would have a problem with it. There wouldn't be a shrug. Well, I mean, God, they're Nazis, for God's sakes, right? They would know. Interesting also that you have this happen to attack financially at the very beginning of the year, of the election year. You just had Fox News end its relationship with Mike Lindell, My Pillow, and all of the other, etc. And we're going to be seeing more of this. So I think specifically the attack on the financial wherewithal of those who are likely to object to whatever they might call it, but anti-whiteism in this upcoming election, to attack their financial wherewithal, is to prevent them from participating in that argument to the degree that they would have been able to participate. Same thing with Lindell having his relationship by Fox canceled by Fox. They hardcore hate the white race. It's in the conversation. They would not have included me if they didn't hate the white race. They know they have more money. You could work 100 lifetimes, and they have more money than that. They have and they hire bright people who have all the time in the world to research and find out exactly who they're going to include on a list. So they know exactly what they're doing. So we had a blog that was written, and I thought that it was appropriate and this is on it was on Twitter, R Hayat, and I think that is Arabic. The blog is called Jew Among You. Is he the Jew? I don't know. But he wrote this blog, which I thought was a good blog post. Gemini crypto brokerage closes pro-white accounts. In case anybody had doubts about the true nature of anti-whiteism, this should dispel them. Anti-whiteism has nothing to do with anti-racism or any sort of struggle against hate. On the contrary, it's a form of hate itself. Very well written. Jew among you. Jason Kuna is well known for his white advocacy and for his refusal to spew any sort of hatred toward non-whites. The very fact that his YouTube channel is still intact is evidence of this. His videos tend to be very long, so I haven't viewed any of them in their entirety. But from what I've seen, he holds no animus toward any race or ethnicity. That's 100% correct. And it's been forever. It's not some sort of veneer. I've got books. I've given speeches. Decades. It's always been this way. He's vocally opposed to the, quote, name them crowd, precisely, who endlessly attack me for it. Those are the people who obsess over Jews. By no stretch of the imagination could Jason Kuna be described as a hate monger or an extremist. None of that spared him from Gemini's purge of pro-white accounts. And then this is what I shared on Twitter. I was banned at the beginning of the week, forced to sell my investments, and given 5 days to take my devalued return and leave. What would they have done had I not gotten the money out in time? And that's actually a genuine question. I mean, if you can, is it even, I don't even know, is it even legal to do this to people, to debank, like when I was debanked? Is it even legal to be, nah, we don't like that you're heretical to anti-whiteism, so we're not going to do business with you? Is that even, I guarantee you, happen to anybody else, the heaven and earth would be moved by anti-whites. Here's something to think about. The aspect of a percentage of the overall Jewish community that the J Spurgs, the name them crowd, hates so much that a percentage of them will come together for individual well-being by way of group well-being, which I and we believe is a beautiful thing. Here's a great demonstration of how the white race totally lacks it and how it is a massive weakness for us. Where are all the white people that should be showing up? Oh, we were demonizing that behavior. I see. You're busy demonizing the behavior of white people coming together for individual well-being by way of group well-being. So they're not going to come together. So yeah, it's Jason today. It'll be you tomorrow. And this is the part of the screenshot of what they sent me. He goes on to quote Gemini's email to him. The fact that Lana Lochtef's account was also canceled strongly implies a political motivation. This should be illegal. And if similar actions were taken against BLM activists, for example, there would be international outcry, and laws would quickly be enacted to prevent such actions. Precisely. So is it even legal to do this sort of a thing? Like where you can say, oh, you have to sell your investments at a loss. I mean, that's fucking robbing me. That is absolutely, that's got to be criminal. Where can an exchange, a brokerage house or whatever say you've got to sell your assets at a loss and get out? How can that not be illegal? Quote, white privilege, having a financial institution cancel your accounts because you advocate for your people. So, well-written little blog post there. I appreciate the author honestly portraying and discussing reality. And then I don't know what this is here. This is Torba talking about ADL put out a report on dissidents using crypto exchange, and a ton of us, myself included, got banned. If you say they control everything, they'll call you an anti-Semite and then use the power they don't have to remove you from both the fiat and the crypto financial system rails. That is exactly the wrong way, in my opinion, to address the problem. The problem of anti-whiteism. The exact wrong way to address it. The problem is, of course, the anti-whiteism. He's condemning here the behavior that we need to emulate. White people need to emulate this behavior, and we got to start doing it real fast. Because it's over. It's curtains, as they say. It's curtains for us if we don't start emulating that behavior. And part of emulating this behavior of individual well-being by way of group well-being is ostracizing white people who do not behave the same way. So since white people are selfish individualists, they have to be the white people who do not want to participate in individual well-being by way of group well-being have to be ruthlessly, wickedly ostracized, because they will just take. That's the problem. They'll just take. They'll give nothing but take. If you say they control everything, the argument there is that they will come to each other's assistance. A percentage of the overall, of the totality of Jewish people will come to each other's assistance to achieve group well-being so that they will have individual well-being. That is not immoral. And I've said it many times, and we're gonna keep saying it until the white race gets it or dies. That is the behavior we need to emulate in a multiracial world. And whether we like or dislike or hate or loathe or despise that the West is multiracial, that is the way it is right now. And even if we didn't have as deep of multiracialism as we have across the West, modern travel makes for a multiracial world. We have to be able to identify our own and then achieve individual well-being by way of our people's well-being. That'll be the white people who make it through this. The white people who continue to complain about how non-white groups, and maybe the Jews do this the best, that would make them the best, I guess. If achieving individual well-being by way of group well-being, which is something that we can look out into the world, and that percentages of each group, with the exception of the white race, percentages of the other races and other groups, they seem to do this wonderfully. If you want to say that well, the Jews do it better than everybody else, well, then I guess it's working. I guess it works. That's not the thing that you condemn them for. I condemn our people for not doing it. How many people came to my aid when my ideas of fellow white man were stolen, and then you had some crank anti-white making the rounds on Fox and everywhere else, sharing his poorly cobbled garbage of what I had done? How many white people came to my aid? And if it were reversed, and a white guy had stolen all his stuff from him, you know his people would come to his aid. So they robbed the shit out of me, forced me to sell at a loss my investments. And that, again, that's my own money. Let's pull up the ADL article, and then we'll be getting into Matt Walsh on Nancy Mace. And man, she is a miserable bitch, anti-white bitch. And he rips her a new one. It's fantastic. God bless his soul. God bless him. And then we have Jill Colton coming on a little bit later. You're going to love it. She's glorious, as you all know, if you've seen her before. No, that's not it. That's it. Virtual money, hateful reality, writes the anti-white pieces of shit at the ADL. The cryptocurrency exchanges enabling extremist fundraising in 23. So you know who they don't start off with is the no white guilt guy, because people will come to check me out then, and I don't look like the villain in the anti-white narrative. And then normal, ordinary conservative white people and non-white people in their millions would sit up and say, that could be me. None of them are sitting up and saying that could be me with the folks that they name. In 2023, the ADL Center on Extremism tracked 15 white supremacist anti-Semitic groups and individuals, as well as their donors, that collectively moved $142,000, which is not, that's like the salary of their interns, that, right? They shouldn't be getting paid. Worth of cryptocurrency. Jules is asking, did Color of Change get involved, or did ADL do the heavy lifting of pressuring the crypto company themselves? I don't know. That's a good question. That's not helping any. So let's just jump through some of this garbage. Of the exchanges examined, Kraken processed the most extremist money. $80,000 for white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and anti-Semites. What about the others? What about the others? Well, they're not going to name them. Within our sample, prominent white nationalist publisher Countercurrents relied most heavily on cryptocurrency, carrying out more than $61,800 worth of cryptocurrency transactions with mainstream service providers in 2023. Yeah, writing articles about who done it, when it started getting done, how's it getting done. That's where the money is. Not telling people to use concepts in their lives and hounding them to improve themselves. That's not where the money is. So you want to look for grifting, then you can go look at places where they actually make the money off this shit. Actually make the money off the white sympathetic sphere. Only one of the cryptocurrency exchanges examined in the study had any policies prohibiting the funding of hate or extremism. In other words, heresy to anti-whiteism. Report which examines the activity of white supremacists, neo-Nazis. Our sample reflects the broader landscape of extremist cryptocurrency use. So what these anti-white POSs at the ADL want to do is they want to impoverish everybody who is not anti-white. That's the message that needs to reach the public. Is that anybody who's not anti-white, they want to impoverish. They want to destroy. Definitely not. Well, they say that they don't control everything, but then they use their control of everything to come on. Cryptocurrency exchanges should engage with both civil society groups and public sector partners to produce informed, transparent. So, yeah, that's another thing that Rapunzel mentioned to me in her reading of this, which took her about like 1.2 seconds to get through the entire thing. That they were able to find out this, like, this is like bank information, and they're able to know all the info. That's a little curious, isn't it? Isn't that interesting? This stuff is supposed to be kind of like your banking and it's supposed to be kind of like secretive, and yet they've got all this information on everybody. And well, I mean, with me, I guess it's easy to know that I'm there, my name, like, but I am operating in my name and, you know, my identity. But how can you contact an institution and say, is this person one of your employee, or I mean, one of your customers? Kick them off. Get rid of them. But then she also pointed out that the ADL is establishing and wants to establish relationships between themselves, the government, and all of these cryptocurrency exchanges, as well as, you know, regular fiat currency, so that they can decide who gets to have money and who doesn't, who has to live in a cardboard box and who doesn't, as they climb into their Bentleys and Jaguars and etc., and drive home from their anti-white palaces that in which they work to do this anti-white villainy. But yeah, you know, hate on me because my point of view is always from us, always from looking out at the world from us in our victimization and the attack on us. Yeah, that's not the right position. The right position would be just to put the entirety of the Jewish people in the center of my story and disparage them. That's like the right view. If I were a selfish individualist, that's what I'd be doing. Regulatory and government agencies should take action and encourage private sector partners to counter the counter the financing of hate. So heresy to anti-whites. You got to counter the financing of heresy to anti-whiteism by engaging in partnerships and providing guidance on the current threat landscape. The current threat landscape. We've got nothing. I mean, especially, me personally, nothing. They have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars pouring in all the time. The threat, and then, and just as I pointed out, they're not going to put me up there and then throw all of the neo-Nazis and everything like that in underneath of me and say, this is who we got to get rid of. Proving my point. Proving me right. They know as I know, and as you should know, that our brothers and sisters need only hear this from the perspective of our victimization, and everything would change. Everything. They know that. Extremist fundraising is a game of cat and mouse. As soon as an extremists are banned by responsible financial platforms, they search for new service providers and ways to collect funds. Cryptocurrency has, can you believe it? They want to eat, they want to, be able to pay their bills. Can you believe it? Cryptocurrency has emerged as a safe haven to attractive option due to its perceived resilience to deplatforming, its pseudonymous nature, and its separation from the, quote, Jewish-controlled financial system. Do you see how they use the anti-white narrative? Do you see how they use it? And how everybody who is just selling all these poor souls, how they all these people, this midwittery, where they can interact with an immensely complex phenomenon of anti-whiteism in society, in the body of Western kind, by way of this inappropriate, inaccurate, blame it all on the Jews take, the Jews, and how useful that is to anti-white Jews. Do you see how useful that is? But Jason, he just must be controlled by them. That must be it. According to an analysis by the ADL Center on Extremism, whoa, really? Some extremists and their donors are funneling thousands of dollars through cryptocurrency exchanges and mainstream financial platforms. Founders of extremism are sending cryptocurrency to white supremacist groups like and then they start off with, whoa, I wonder why. Hey, why didn't they say extremist groups like the No White Guilt guy? I wonder why instead they start off with Mark Collett's favorite group, the Goyim Defense League. Why did they start with that? With Tits Menadeo? I wonder why. I mean, he is, and these others here are their biggest fundraisers for the ADL. They take Tits Menadeo and they go out to the millions of white people out there and they're like, hey, look, this is the guy. These are the people we're burning down. And the white population says, good. Who cares? What kind of a nut would behave like that, would talk like that? NSC 131 and the National Socialist Movement, as well as other extremist propaganda outlets. These cryptocurrency companies, also known as virtual asset service providers, play a key role in the cryptocurrency ecosystem, making it accessible to anybody with a bank account or a credit card, which they would like to deprive all of us of. I remember the one bank who willing to do business with me, trying to use a service in another bank who doesn't do service with me, because I'm heretical to anti-whiteism, they were like, I don't understand why they won't allow this to go through. And I was like, I have an idea. I have an idea why they're not going to do business. Slaud says, amen, brother. Yes, they use the ironic reference to the victimizers as being their targets to trap listeners into negativity. Very well put. These actors can then, and by the way, I mean, people like Titzman and Deo talk actor is appropriate. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if, I mean, I probably don't have to, but if ADL were maybe just a little bit of money under the table to somebody like this, I wouldn't be surprised. They can then convert their cryptocurrency they receive back to regular currency, depositing it in their bank accounts and use in conventional marketplace. I was really stunned at how much money these groups make. I guess I shouldn't be, because that's the customers out there, the white sympathetic sphere, as we identified, full of customers, not revolutionaries who want to end our victimization, but customers who want content creators that are going to give them the pretty lie that will make them be able to feel good about themselves and to blame others, etc. It's amazing how much the people will pay for that. Extremists have increasingly turned to cryptocurrency due to the mistaken belief that the technology offers anonymity and is impervious to deplatforming. Oh, nothing is impervious to deplatforming when the anti-white ADL comes along. But Greenblatt, I'm waiting. You can go ahead and reach out to Gemini, have them apologize to me, and pay me back for my losses, and give me my cryptocurrency back. I'm sure you all can see that I don't get financial gifts of cryptocurrency. Almost zero. I'm sure you all have already gone through it legally or illegally or whatever you're able to do. You know that's my own money. Fucking scum. Neither of these assumptions are accurate, but the extremists have benefited from the lenient practice of cryptocurrency platforms, which often allow extremists to use their services, stricter oversight and adoption of anti-extremism policies by crypto. Again, heresy, anti-heresy policies is what the ADL is demanding. It could make it much more difficult for heretics to anti-whiteism to do business. So think about this. What does this end up doing to the individual? Like, this was my own money. This was a service I was using for investments. What the outcome here is that if you are heretical to anti-whiteism, you just won't be able to invest your own money. You won't be able to reap any benefit from your own research and your intelligent moves on investments. You just have to just die, just go die. That's all you have. That's what has to happen. If you're not going to be anti-white, you just have to go die. Prominent white nationalist publisher Countercurrents processed the most money with $61,843.39 in cryptocurrency transactions as of December 2023. None of the VASPs in the report had any counter-extremism policies. Some service providers did have anti-hate content policies, but only one of them had policies prohibiting the financial facilitation. I mean, this is, you could see what these anti-whites want. And if the white race, if the pushback against anti-whiteism beyond the conservative sphere, if that pushback continues to be villain role playing in the anti-white narrative, we're finished. Because the white race is never going to give a shit. The white race will not care. And those are the people that you need to care. What is cryptocurrency? And then here are some of the people that they will name for the reason that they know white people won't care about them mistreating illegally, legally, being unfair with, etc. Tits Minadeo and Bert Colucci. Yeah, you can look up his arrest photos. Countercurrents, Greg Johnson. American Renaissance, Jared Taylor. You can see these. There's Patrick Casey. Christogenia. William Fink. Met this guy, and the very first thing, this is years back, met this guy. The very first thing he told me, bragging about himself and what he does, was that his wife had left him because of it, and that his children wanted nothing to do with him because of it. He thought that was a flex. All right. So that is the deplatforming, the debanking, the cryptocurrency exchanging, whatever you want to call it, that happened this past week as we roll into the election cycle for Donald Trump, who has to win. They're suing the shit out of him. They're trying to cripple everybody who supports him, and for everybody from Lindell all the way down through anybody who participates with a cryptocurrency to try to finance their resistance to what is accurately called anti-whiteism. They're trying to cripple them all. It's this week they're trying to bring down Trump and his businesses in New York. Total, it could not be more illegitimate what they're doing to him in New York and his businesses. Everybody, just so you understand what's happening there, the state is suing him for giving the best picture of his properties and their value, which is what every single developer does. It's not illegal, by the way. It's like you when you're selling your home, or if you are able to own a home, which I've not been able to do thanks to anti-whiteism. So you say to the bank, hey, here are my properties. They're really valuable. And here are what the assessors, what they come back with. This is what they say the value of the property is. So I would like to get a loan, construction loan, to build some more properties. And the bank looks and the bank says, well, maybe we think it's a little bit less than you're saying. And then they agree on that. And then the bank gives the loan. And then Trump goes and builds another property and pays the bank back. Everybody got paid. What Trump did, everybody got paid. The bank got paid back, and they got paid for the money that they loaned to Trump. Totally legal stuff. But the anti-whites will just do any amount of illegal activity to destroy, and that's why we can't be conservatives anymore. Because we're not going to continue to lose all the way until we're dead and we got a pretty headstone that says that we lost fair and square. That's what they're doing him there. So they're doing everything they can to prevent him from winning. And if you got a problem with him, you got to get over it. He's not going to get into office and make things better for white people. His avatar causes white people to see ourselves as a little bit more as a people, to see the country a little bit more as ours, something that we made. That's what his avatar does. That's why you need to support him. Don't count on anything good while he's in office, anything more than what happened the first 4 years. That's not what's relevant. What's relevant is this aura, this avatar, and what it engenders in the white population. That's what matters. Andrew Torba taken down by Don Black. Taken down. Yeah, not starting off. And I wonder how many others out there who, honestly, who are on this list. And maybe they don't talk often or really at all about the socio-political matters. But when they do, they're leaning toward opposition, toward opposing anti-whiteism. And their character, their appearance, their word choice and constructions are such that the ADL, the anti-whites of the ADL, are able to look at them and think, they are sympathetic to the white population, so let's silence them as well. Let's undermine their efforts as well. And so then they get their email and they're looking at their phone wondering, why am I being robbed by my cryptocurrency exchange? Why do I got to sell everything now and then get my money out before what? Before what? They just get to confiscate my money? And the right response to this, by the way, the right response to this is not to immediately think about yourself and what you do with your money. That is the typical selfish, individualistic white person response. Then go find a channel where there's going to be some content creator that's telling you what you can do with your money as a selfish, individualistic person. You can concern yourself with yourself after you make the effort with these concepts to change the way the white race thinks about our well-being, to change the conversation about our victimization. We're going to pull up Walsh on Mace and have a laugh. He tears her a new one, and it's great. It's fantastic. And I'm going to see what you all have to say as well on this glorious day in service to white well-being. They are all glorious. Even when we're sick, they're glorious days in service to white well-being. Anglo-Saxon is here. Great to see you. Cool. Baba J Magic. Wing of Production. Lavish is here. Great to see you, Lavish. Face is here. Hello, hello. Linda, Art Acrobat. Please, Ivan, the Horrible is here. Great to see you, brother. Strange West. Hello and welcome. Marley is here. Hello. Tag me as No White Guilt. And I will see what you have to say. I will also, as I said, be checking out and I will be increasing the different platforms, the number of platforms on which you will be able to financially gift me, because I have no doubt that the anti-whites at the ADL are going to be moving on other platforms over the course of this year to silence everyone who could support Donald Trump. Sloth says, if you want conclusive evidence beyond doubt, you were purposefully not listed. See if they list some with fewer followers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Four-Null is here with us. Great to see you, brother. Mestizo Carf is in the house. Odin Saya. Odin says, Jason was a born Southern preacher. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I take that definitely as a compliment. Oh, Sloth says he was the one who gifted that cryptocurrency that I referenced. Thank you, my brother. Samuski is here. Great to see you. I identify as correct is with us. Thank you for showing up, my friend. Let's see. What do we have here? We have over on Cash App, Years the Unifier. Financially gifting $5. God bless you. Yes, $5. Weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Kip. Keep it Promethean. Thank you so much, sister. I appreciate it. We have get out your August emojis. Get out your August emojis and salutes for Samuske. $25 for white well-being. God bless you. Thank you for that. 25 white well-being dollars. 25 of them protecting the white baby dollars. Scrolling through here, White Student Transmission is with us. It's supposed to be confidential. ADL is equals a third party. They should not be given any specific customer info. Yeah, so they shouldn't know. They shouldn't be given any information. But I guess they, money talks, shit walks. I don't know. They just can figure out whatever they want to figure out, right? White Student Transmission, actually, over here, $5 financial gift at the same time. Thank you for that. Says, folk tithe, stay white positive. Amen. Stay white positive. Focus on us. The only way they could have connected them without privileged information is by looking at the blockchain address and seeing which exchange is sent the crypto from it. Well, I didn't have crypto. This was my money. I was buying crypto. These weren't financial gifts of crypto. This was my purchase of crypto investments that are no longer investments. But for the others, yeah, I see what you're saying. And that is Sloth saying that. I am confident we will have enough people who will end up emulating this positive behavior in the future to make major changes for the next generation. I hope for this, says Samuski. God bless you. Thank you, brother. Isaac is here. Hello and welcome. Mestizo Carve says, excommunicate the selfish individualists. Yes, precisely. Thrown out of the race. Yeah, Sloth's saying, but you're just swimming in the money. The evidence is from how you're treated by the financial industry. Losing hundreds of dollars can't affect these already, can't affect those already treated that way. Sinkoi is here. Hello. June is here. Hello to you. Janice is with us. All right, let's keep rolling. Let people know that we are live, that this is the Go Free Gathering, that your most humble of hosts, no white guilt, is with you, and that no sickness will stop him, even if he sounds very strange when he talks to you. He's still going to show up. Even after he is literally robbed, he's still showing up. The great No White Guilt Clips is with us. He says, are you still able to accept financial gifts in Bitcoin? Yeah. On the website, nowhiteguilt.org, financial gift tab, the wallets are there. And so, yeah, I'm still able to accept them. They just kicked me off of the exchange. And I'd broken no rules. I'd done everything just right, except that I'm not anti-white. I remember the point of contention on that. I guess it was the final time I was on PWR where Mark attempted to claim that if you're fired from your job because you're a Nazi, that your white coworkers will take it the same way as if you are fired for not being anti-white. And I mean, it's just like, come on. Obviously, that was for the paying customers. That's obviously what that was for. I mean, white people you work with, white people you go to school with, if you're fired, if you're thrown out because you are openly, you're advancing your etc., the villain role, white people are just going to shrug their shoulders. That's what they do. But if you're just like them and you're not anti-white enough, they'll start getting nervous. All the evidence for the proof of it is what I said with the ADL. All the evidence, all the proof of how right I am is the ADL, the anti-white ADL. They're not leading the article with me, a smiling no white guilt. They're not saying, wow, look at this guy. Check out what he cares about white well-being. We can't let that happen. Because they know the way the white population would take that. Big salutes for No White Guilt Clips. LG is here, and she says, feel better. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I am trying. Right now, I'm doing a good job pretending, I think. Promethean Hails, says Fornal. We're going to get into this clip here in just a moment. We're going to speed it up a little bit. And I think this is it's a good clip because conservatives, your basic conservatives, are loving this Nancy Mace. And she's garbage. She's just another anti-white. She's just an anti-white Republican. You'll see in a moment. Promethean Kitchen says, in my country of Canada right now, the central bank is trying to create its own central bank cryptocurrency and trying to force everyone onto universal basic income. Wow. Wow. See, all of the arguments that demonstrate how flawed and dangerous all of this that's being rolled out across the West, socially, economically, etc., they fail because why? We know why here. What are all of these arguments based in? What does it all go back to? Art Acrobats, does Greenblatt live in a New York tunnel? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's part of that particular sect, but you might be able to identify the members of that particular sect because they're all like muscular up front for the tunneling aspect of it. Hank says, do we avoid saying, quote, I am proud of being white? Too close to white pride. Oh, I see what you're asking. Okay. Will the masses mistake Western kind as multicultural West? I've not had, to the next question, I've never had anybody think Western kind means any race. Sometimes you will. The rest of what Hank said here, will the masses think of Russia as Western kind? Sometimes you'll have people who will not consider Russia, Ukraine, West. And there's a reason for that. Traditionally, they've been considered the East as opposed to Western Europe. It could take a moment to explain what we mean when it comes to Western kind. The biospirit of the West, how do you know? Because we produce a civilization. Wherever those kinds of people are, we produce a civilization that all looks a specific way relative to the other peoples, races and peoples of man. So there'll be no mistaking like the cities and the civilization that our biospirit creates in Russia with India, right? I mean, we're going to know that there is a distinct outline of a group here. So that's what I will explain, and it takes 1 second, and people get it. The first question, I don't know. I mean, it depends on the context about saying that, saying that you're proud to be white, who you're speaking to, and I've always said I'm proud of being a white man. I'm proud of white culture. I'm proud of white Western, i.e. Western civilization. Just if you're with somebody, you're talking with somebody, a vague, you're trying to bring over, and they're nervous, they're deep in the anti-white narrative, and you think maybe if they hear pride and white near each other at all in the conversation, that they'll immediately think white supremacist, then don't put those words together for them. I mean, that would just be counterproductive. So then we got to be smart about this, because we want to clearly convey that we are white positive. We want to clearly convey who and what we are. So we don't want their prejudices that have been given them by anti-whites, their preconceived notions given them by anti-whites, to get in the way of us clearly conveying who we are, right? So I don't know if that answers or not. Have a follow-up question. Ask a follow-up question and tag me if you're uncertain. if I didn't get to it. The ADL knows that we are a race full of people with the talents equal to Elon Musk. It's pure insecurity. Yeah, well, yeah, and they're anti-white. I mean, they're not just, and this is another, there have been so many demonstrations of it over the years. They're just anti-white. They're not just about protecting Jews from anti-Jewish sentiment. Sloth's pointing out that's definitely inside information, then, no white guilt. If you didn't have crypto sent to your exchange account, yes. I don't have it sent to my, or did not have it sent to the exchange account. So Sloths is telling us that would have to be insider information. Reynolds White Wolf is here. All right, let's get started on this clip. Fit and Healthy says sometimes people fight over the fact the English and Italians are both white. I know, it's so ridiculous. This is the kind of thing that another of the many problems with these other, villain role playing endeavors and vehicles is people disputing whether this group of white people are white or that group of white people are white. And then like the middle ground is for them to be ethno-nationalists, because that worked for us well, didn't it? I mean, are we the only people who are awake in this nightmare? Didn't you see already how that got used against us repeatedly? And we've been defeated by way of it every single fucking time. It's just, I don't know how dumb people can be, how self-destructive. Yes, you can identify, you look at the civilizations. Civilizations are a consequence of culture. Culture is a consequence of aggregate projection of instinct onto the environment. So we can then say, you were aliens and you're looking down at the earth. Clearly there is a group here that creates Western civilization. There are different hues of it, of course. There are different hues of it. But there's clearly a definitive group here that wherever you put them, they make Western civilization. Okay, end of story. Now we know who we are. We don't have to discuss that anymore, right? It also happens to be the case that this same group that definitively produces Western civilization wherever they are the target of anti-whites. Clearly. So that conversation, we can stop debating this and we can stop squandering our energy and intelligence and time and money on these back and forth about nonsense as everything burns down around us. Or the Italians, or the Irish, or the Russians, or the you. And then you get to the ones where they think they really are smart, and then they start talking about like the Teutonic and the Anglo-Saxon, and they shut up. First Last has arrived. Hello to you. Reynolds White Wolf. Thanks for thoroughly addressing my question on Russians last time. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. The gratitude. All right. Let's start.
Showed up at the House Oversight and Accountability Committee.
Tell me about the sound. Is that loud enough? Too quiet? Relative to me, of course. Ivan says, Ivan likes the idea of using the term Soviet conservatism and Soviet conservative to describe the conservative capitalists who think every race is the same. Ah, right. Yeah. I mean, talk about obvious controlled opposition when they're like, and you're going to see it right now, perfect segue into Nancy Mace. These people that measure themselves by the anti-white benchmarks, and they think they can own and defeat the anti-whites by being more anti-white according to their benchmarks. That's your resistance. That's your great resistance to anti-whiteism. Wonder why we've been losing. But they come to you and they say, oh no, we don't want what the Democrats, we don't want the left, what they want. No, what we need to do, and then insert anti-whiteism. No, that's absolutely not what we need to be doing. I was listening to a Catholic talk show the other day, and one of the leaders, Mike was a Catholic who was Irish, and he kept insisting that the Irish and the Italians were not white. Oh my God. I can taste bile in my mouth when I hear, especially it comes to Irish people who will do this, and Italian people will do this. And it seems like it's not just, it's Catholic, I've noticed. And they'll say, don't call us white. We were persecuted just like all of you. So what they're trying to do is to get in on the victimhood status, trying to white flight from the white race, and in the hope that they're not going to get victimized for being white. It's the most pathetic and servile and deceitful thing. I have nothing but contempt for people who do that. And this guy's a priest. Was he a priest, or am I just assuming that? Vile. But it's proof. It's proof again that we are right here in service to white well-being, isn't it? Proof yet again that we are right, because this is the effects of anti-whiteism on the world. White people don't want to be white. They absolutely don't. They want to be anything but. Even going to the insane position that their whole Irish or their whole Italian ethnicity is not white because of the way they were treated. All right, was the sound all right? Let's roll, and I'll keep looking at your comments as we roll.
This week for a hearing about whether he'll be held in contempt of Congress for defying a subpoena. And so Republicans are still going after Hunter. We're still doing the Hunter Biden thing, which is fine, which is good. He's a crook and should be held accountable. I will say that there was an intense focus on Hunter before the election in 2020. And I said at the time, much to the chagrin of many conservatives, that politically, the Hunter Biden stuff is not a winner. Now, I'm not saying it's a loser. I'm not saying that it'll hurt you. I'm not saying that. It's just nothing is what it is. Like, most people don't care. Almost nobody outside of conservative pundits and people on Twitter care about the Hunter Biden story at all. They're bored by it. They don't care. They don't know about it. It doesn't matter to them. So it's not a political winner. It's not going to help you win an election. Doesn't mean you shouldn't try to hold them accountable for being corrupt. I'm only saying that some Republicans clearly think that this is a good political platform for them, and it's not that.
I agree with that. It's not going to get you elected, but as a Republican, but you should absolutely be after and mention that you're going to bring justice to Hunter Biden, jail him, and whatever else that you can. Because that speaks to a lot more about who you are and who you're going to be or continue being or want to be as an elected representative. That there's one tier of justice. So it's the larger argument is that it's one system of justice for everyone. That you don't have these people who get a different treatment because of their wealth, status, power, etc. So that's something they should be talking about, and that would be a boon for somebody running for office or trying to keep their seat. But it's in and of itself, it's not a huge thing.
And now here we are in 2024. We're doing Hunter Biden stuff again. And, this is not a defense of him. Throw him in jail, toss the key away. As far as I'm concerned, that would be fantastic. Just as long as you realize that not one single person on election day is going to make their decision based on their feelings about Hunter Biden. That's just it. So continue along, hold him accountable. Just, you don't need to try to turn it into a political, slam dunk because it's not. It's in this case, it's just you doing the right thing. And I bring it up for a reason because you want to bring him in, hold him in contempt of Congress. Well, you should want to use these kinds of hearings and things as a platform for themselves to get attention and to score political points.
So that's where Mace comes in, using these hearings as a way to promote herself, get herself on television shows. Promethean Kitchen, oh, he's not a priest, ex-Marine Corps, hosts a show on YouTube called The Rundown. Well, it's too bad he's a coward. As a Marine, he's definitely behaving like a coward. Mestizo Carf saying that they're trying to escape being white. Some Spanish-speaking nationals also do this. Yeah, precisely. Reynolds White Wolf says he does consider Slavs and Russians white, saddened by the sectarianism and purity spiraling in the community. Yeah, we don't have it here. I agree. We absolutely don't allow this purity spiraling nonsense. At the end of the day, you would end up with nobody who's white.
And that brings us to the performance, and I emphasize the word performance, of Representative Nancy Mace. She's allegedly...
Oh, slots. It's putrid spiraling. Yeah, that's right.
A Republican. She's one of the Republicans that likes to turn any hearing she's in into a chance to get some play on Fox News.
And wasn't Nancy Mace a Marine, or do I have that wrong? Can somebody tell me, was Nancy Mace a Marine? Did she get some position that a white man should have had?
She loves talking about Hunter Biden because it's for her it's very safe. It's a safe thing to go after. It's a safe topic. It's easy red meat, and it's safe. And all she cares about is trying to create viral moments. She's basically one of these congressional versions of a TikTok influencer.
I love that. Congressional version of a TikTok influencer. That's all it's become. The government is such a farce and a joke.
And we have a lot of those, and she's one of them. And she's also a left-wing plant on top of it. So case in point, listen to this moment that was supposed to be a dunk. It was supposed to be a mic drop moment from Nancy Mace, and was sadly treated as such by some on the right. But let's listen to what she said in this hearing.
Why is everyone in the U.S.
Oh, God, with the commercials. Is this something we can make fun of, though? Let's see. Why is everyone in the U.S. going crazy over the portable heater?
going crazy over this portable heater?
Whoa.
With inflation at an all-time high, heating...
Inflation at an all-time high. We show you a plant. Oh, and this is somebody wearing the jacket in their house because that's how cold it is? Heating your home might just become a luxury.
Your home might just become
Oh, God, I'm freezing in the house.
luxury. But thanks to this new invention, you
You can burn your house down. You just plug this into the wall and burn it all down.
can warm up any room for almost zero cost.
No. I mean, look at this little piece of junk. Warm up any room? Have you ever had a space heater? I mean, I got space heaters.
This ingenious college student from Germany just fixed the energy crisis with a device that rapidly warms homes for barely a dime. Marcus and a few of his classmates designed the invention for their final thesis project.
He looks like he just walked across the southern border, doesn't he? I knew it. That's why it's open. So that Marcus and his friends could come across the border from Ecuador, and they could give us a space heater to heat our homes. Apparently, Nancy Mace is a Citadel, as a graduate of the Citadel, which means she was in a position that a white male should have had. Let's see what else we have here.
because they noticed more students started getting into financial hardship at home.
Yes, if they could just not have to pay their heating bill. But wait, what does this heater run on?
Inspired by the unprecedented spike in energy prices, he wanted to find a way to make heating devices.
Now he can finally get that nose job and a haircut.
Super energy efficient and cheap to run. A device that slashes energy.
It appears to be plugged into the wall, might be using electricity.
Bills in half, and at the same time turns every living space into a warm and cozy environment.
Oh, it's warm and cozy in bed.
Blessed with a gift for engineering and a desire to help his peers, he was able to
There was the footage right there of him crossing the border.
reverse engineer traditional heating systems. Using the Bernoulli physics principle that powers all major types of heating systems, he created a unique device that maintains a constant heating loop, recycling the energy that's generated so that none of it goes to waste.
Wouldn't it be, so what is it, sucking in the heat it produces? Could you imagine, though, if we controlled our destiny and the government, therefore, was out of the way of our geniuses? You have no idea, you can't fathom how nice life would be today. The population in our countries would be half or less than that. That means so much more would be natural and beautiful. We would be healthier. We would live longer. We wouldn't be living in third world hellhole. We had Rapunzel send me this video just another day at Dallas Fort Worth Airport, and these two non-white females fighting on the baggage carousel. They're just like rolling along. It's like a goddamn Mel Brooks movie. This is what our lives have become. Like, I just want to get my bag and you all can go back to fighting. Let me just get this. Thank you. I mean, this is, you go to the other airport in Chicago. Maybe you all saw this. I'm not kidding. This is real. It's full of border crossers living in the airport. And they've put up these giant curtains to conceal as many of them as they can, but they have overflow, and people were taking their cell phones and they were like pulling the curtains open and filming in there. And there's like 30 rows of cots in the airport in Chicago. They're going to be voting everything away from y'all. Just like I said when I was 11, 12, and 13 years of age. Just like I said. Mestizo Carf says, that looks dangerous. An elderly couple actually died from their heating being too high. Jeez. It was over 1,000 degrees. What? No. Unless they were heating with plutonium. What kind of heat is that? Jason is here. TJ is here. Pander is here. Hello all and welcome. Dr. Tony is here. Hello.
The results were incredible and under control testing. Temperatures in freezing rooms soared from 60 degrees Fahrenheit to 78 degrees Fahrenheit.
And how big were the rooms? Well, it was a hamster cage. I don't know.
He now come in and said,
it might be totally legitimate. Both directions. The issue being that if we were free of anti-whiteism, we would be living in the future right now. You can't even fathom. They're busy fucking robbing me, and there's nothing you all know there's nothing I can do. You all know I effectively had a financial institution rob me, and I can't go to the police. I can't go to I'll lose. I'll lose because of anti-whiteism. Oh, it was the furnace. Were they living in the same room as the furnace? Archangel is here. Dennis is here. Limerick, Ulrach is here.
For a secret closed-door deposition. On December 6th, Hunter Biden's lawyer reiterated that Hunter Biden was willing to accept the chair's original request and once again offered to appear on December 13th or any other date in December to answer any question pertinent and relevant to the subject matter. He again raised concerns about closed-door sessions. That's what brings us to today, Mr. Chairman. He has materially, substantially, in good faith, complied with what your requests were.
He complied with the subpoena.
We would have loved that.
Do any other members wish to be heard? Chair recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Comer. First of all, my first question is, who bribed Hunter Biden to be here today? That's my first question. Second question, you are the epitome of white privilege, coming into the Oversight Committee, spitting in our face, ignoring.
As you can see, this is a conservative take. I own them now because I'm more anti-white than you. By your standard, why is it that conservatives think, Republicans think, that if they are more anti-white than an anti-white Democrat, that they own them? Well, the reason why is because we're right. Because the anti-white immoral moral imperative is the social morality of the West. And it's the social morality of the West because of anti-whiteism. That's where you have to defeat the anti-whites, is on the morality question. Then you can have culture. Then you can have politics. Then you can have all of these other things. This is the evidence that we're right.
A congressional subpoena to be deposed. What are you afraid of? You have no balls to come up here and.
Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry.
Mr. Chairman,
if the gentle lady wants to hear from Hunter Biden, we can hear from him right now, Mr. Chairman. Let's take a vote and hear from Hunter Biden. What are you afraid of?
Hold on. And then she said, "Are women allowed to speak here?" What an anti-white bitch. This is the kind of female that you get in the Republican Party. I'm gonna shut you down, white males. Are women allowed to, by your anti-white morality?
Hold on. Order.
Are women allowed to speak in here or no? Are women allowed to speak in here?
No, you're allowed to shut up. That's what should have been said to her. If I was there. No, you're allowed to shut up.
You keep interrupting me.
I'll interrupt the chairman.
No, we're talking about, shut up, Nancy. No. Well, you're not allowed to speak anymore. My God. These morons. I mean, it is embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for them. And these are the people that are elected to represent us in Congress. What in the world are we doing electing people like Nancy Mace? She's in South Carolina. I don't know what her district is. If you live in that district, someone explain. I want a Nancy Mace voter to step up to the plate and tell. And so Nancy Mace trots out the white privilege line. You Dems are the real racist, that whole thing. Oh, you got him that time. Wow. Checkmate. And then she follows it up by screeching about how women aren't allowed to speak. Like, shut up. It's one leftist cliche after another. And yet I saw this clip being passed around on Twitter by conservatives who were impressed by it.
Yep.
Some conservatives that I respected were sharing this clip. Like, oh, Nancy, you got to see this. Look at this. She really took Hunter Biden to task. Did you watch the clip that you're posting yourself? Really? Her ranting about white privilege and how women aren't allowed to speak? You find that impressive? There's zero difference between what Nancy Mace said and what AOC would say.
I wish that we could get what I just said about the social morality, why that's the case. We could get that into Matt's head, because him sharing it's going to reach tons of folks.
It's exactly the same. She wouldn't be targeting Hunter Biden, but everything else is the same. Well, she really showed them. She said the word balls. That's what we need. We need a woman who's willing to say the word balls. That's the really impressive. She really tells it like it is. You idiots.
It looks like he's getting fed up. And that is that we like, we like Matt getting fed up with these anti-white Republican, anti-white conservatives.
I'm sorry, but if you listen to that clip of Nancy Mace as a conservative and you're impressed by it, then you have the IQ of a doorknob, and your opinion is irrelevant. I mean, have some self-respect. This is the epitome of lame, performative Fox News boomercon posturing
Yes.
And if it still impresses you, then you're hopeless. Are you one of the tens of millions of American?
It is Boomer Con.
Because Nancy Mace, this is supposed to be a hearing about Hunter Biden. Again, important, not a political, it's not a political, it doesn't matter politically, no one cares. But still important. There are plenty of things that are important that don't matter politically. And so let's talk about that. But instead, Nancy Mace, the Republican, has decided to turn this into a hearing on white privilege, and that's what it became. And so this started a whole back and forth about white privilege, and she was soon rebuked by a Democrat congresswoman because the moment Nancy Mace brings up white privilege, and she thinks that it's a checkmate. So we got him, we got you.
Could you imagine if it were our white positive morality was the social morality that the anti-whites had to use to be able to talk to us? Remember, that's where I demonstrated that in this era where we have no power, the greatest power is in determining how we must be spoken to. Because by determining that, we determine the concepts that must be used. And we can load those concepts to benefit us. You see how this works? It's genius. The anti-whites then, like as you see Mace trying to use the benchmarks of anti-whiteism to try to own them, could you imagine the anti-whites trying to use our white positive morality to own us? I will take that argument all day long. I will take that with a Joker style smile, ear to ear, all day long. You're welcome.
See, we used the term before you, and now we win. But instead, every Democrat in the room, when they hear white privilege, their ears perk up. They say, oh, yeah, so let's talk about that instead. I would love, you want to talk about white privilege instead of talking about Hunter Biden, the president's son, being corrupt? Yes. Awesome, Nancy. Thank you. Let's have that conversation instead. And so that's exactly what happened. And Democrat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett had this to say.
Dr. Drew and my wife Susan here.
For the love of God, more
This
commercials.
is what just 10 pounds of body fat looks like. If we want to drop this.
I can't get over the gentle lady from South Carolina talking about white privilege. It was a spit in the face, at least of mine as a black woman, for you to talk.
As a black woman, therefore I trump you.
Talk about what white privilege looks like, especially from that side of the aisle.
That's my impersonation of Ms. Crockett.
And let me quote your now ousted speaker and what he had to say about the Republican Party.
And remember all the Republicans who love McCarthy, and then he came out hardcore anti-white. He's like, the Republican Party isn't diverse, has too many white people in it. Republican Party has too many white people and got to get rid of them.
Y'all's lack of diversity. When you look at the Democrats,
when they say diversity, they mean there are too many white people. Lack of diversity, too many white people. Got to get rid of white people.
Actually look like America. When I look at
I would put Ms. Crockett on the spot there.
Party, we look like the most restrictive country club in America. So let me tell you something. Y'all don't know what white privilege looks like, but I'm gonna show you a little bit of something. You see,
I am so fucking sick and tired of having fucking half-wits lecture me with anti-white morality. I am so fed up with it. I would spit in this bitch's face. Fuck you. Yeah, you go ahead, break it down. She's taken like 20 minutes to get ready to start telling me the deep thoughts because there aren't any.
You want to talk about a two-tier justice system, and this is the only time that y'all have ever referenced it, when this country has a history when it comes to black and brown folk of having two separate sets of rules. And
yeah, you all get it better than we do. Yeah, I've lived this life. Y'all get it a lot better. There's two different systems, two-tier. White people, white males rather, at the bottom.
Right now, what you want to do is have two separate sets of rules because Mr. Moskowitz offered y'all a fair situation. He said he would.
Y'all's got the white privilege. Y'all don't know nothing about no white privilege. No cap, y'all. You think we got the white privilege? Y'all got the white privilege.
He needs to do more like this.
Listen, that's y'all. Y'all got white privilege. We ain't got no white privilege. You got the white privilege. These are the dumbest people alive.
They are.
And they are in Congress. Do you realize something? Do you realize that the halls of Congress used to be a place where extremely intelligent people spoke eloquently and debated the issues of the day in a mature and insightful manner? Do you realize that it wasn't all that long ago?
It's hard to believe.
I mean, Like, go back 100 years. It doesn't even matter. You just choose any random time on the calendar prior to the last, 30 years. Go back 100 years and look at the transcript of like any congressional hearing on any topic. It doesn't even matter. And it doesn't matter. The party doesn't matter what they're talking. You read the way that they spoke. It's like, and then compare.
Who are they speaking to now? Who's electing them now? That's the difference, my brother. Who are they speaking to now? Who's electing them now? You know, a group of people elected that congressman, what was it, from Tennessee, that was worried about the island tipping over? Capsize.
Compare it to today. I mean, a debate between Nancy Mace and Jasmine Crockett is a debate between a rock and a tree stump in terms of the collective IQ involved. And that's what a hearing on the president's side, like, this is a serious issue, is corrupt, involved in, and this is what we're doing. And so that sends it back to Nancy Mace, who has a response on the white privilege point.
Let's
watch that.
Okay, so I'll give her a little more time.
Thank you, and then I'll yield to my colleague from Florida as well. I'm going to try to be quick here because I was accused by my colleague on the other side of the aisle about my white privilege. Look
at the size of her hoop earrings. I mean, she could pull that off and start doing a hula hoop with it. Good grief. I thought you had to be like a Philly streetwalker to wear hoops like that.
Want to say, number one, as a former ranking member of the Civil Rights Subcommittee under Chairman Raskin
You got to be kidding me. So she's going to own the anti-whites by going even harder core on anti-whiteism. This is the resistance to our destruction. You think about all the white people, especially the white female voters out there who would love this one. She's speaking up. Look at her speaking up. Yeah, she's speaking up all right.
Number one, as
boomers in general, as Matt Walsh has put, the boomer conservatives in general. Yeah, how many times have you seen like those boomer old men, old white guys, and they're like, this little girl's got some spark. She got some fire to her.
the former ranking member of the Civil Rights Subcommittee under Chairman Raskin last session. I take great pride as a white female Republican to address the
white female Republican
inadequacies in our country. I come from a district
address the inadequacies
where rich and poor is literally black and white, black versus white on most days. My largest jail in my
So she's affirming anti-whiteism. Rich and poor is white and black. Do you remember we just did a story about down there in Georgia with one of those poor black women who owns that mansion bigger than any Southern plantation, more money than all the Southern slave owners put together.
My district, which is the largest jail in the state of South Carolina, has had 7 or 8 deaths in the last 2 years. And I was there with our Black and African American council members.
We get it, Nancy. We get it. I don't have white privilege. You have it. No, I don't have it. You have it. Nuh-uh. You're the one with the white privilege.
We've got to, these people, they have to be gone. I mean, let's just be realistic. They've got to go. I don't know if he has anything else to say
My
here
God.
about this.
Just hit us with the asteroid already. Just hit us. It doesn't. All right. What's the apocalypse going to be? A super volcano? I'll take that. Whatever gets the job done the fastest. Let's just do that and get it over with. Because I give up. I mean, and Republicans vote. They voted for this rambling, mid-wit, liberal, attention-monger moron. They voted for it. So just to be clear about this, by the way.
All that's funny, but I mean, the bottom line, what's got to be conveyed is that she's anti-white.
It shouldn't need to be said. White privilege is a myth. There is no circumstance.
It's a MP meme pathogen meant to harm Western kind, Western civilization.
Where a conservative, an alleged conservative, should ever unironically be accusing anyone of having white privilege, especially not Hunter Biden. Nancy,
it's like not, it's not innocuous, you know? It's not just a myth.
Dumbass.
He called her a dumbass.
He has enormous privilege, yes, but it's political privilege, it's class privilege, it's Democrat privilege. If Hunter Biden was Barack Obama's son, If his name was Hunter Obama rather than Hunter Biden.
That's not an interesting line of attack for me. He's got privilege because he's anti-white. Matt Walsh is making the argument that he has political and class privilege. But does Donald Trump Jr. have privilege in this system? Anybody who's not radically anti-white is not going to be privileged. If you're radically anti-white, you're going to be privileged by it. So he would probably agree with that statement, I imagine. Otherwise, a great a great take on Nancy Mace. Oh my God, what a foul POS. All right. So what are these Republicans in the Senate getting ready to do? Now, mind you, we're going to take a look at this, and then we're going to have a short break. We're going to come back, and we will have our guest, Jill Colton's going to be with us. So everybody loves Jill Colton. You're going to want to be here for that. I'll take a quick look at what y'all are saying too. And one moment so I can fix this. There we go. Let's pull up. And we're going to be celebrating our swashbuckling as always. Take a look at this. This is what the Republicans in the Senate are trying to do. Senate border deal would allow 5,000 illegal immigrants a day. Mestizo Carf pointing out that many white boomers retired down to Mexico. I know they're just so many of them are scum. They absolutely fill every vacation spot. You go to any vacation spot and it's like stacked to the brim with these white boomers, selfish as all hell. And they're like, well, we sold our soul down the river. Now we got plenty of money to celebrate our golden years and have fun in the inferno that we've left behind. Then they're going to move on down to places like Mexico and these places that have been kept safe in Mexico for them. Dennis says, agree with you 100%. Thank you for that. As a black woman. All right. Can you believe this is the entire Republican base, electorate, the voters want there to be a border and they want it closed. And this is the kind of conversation that they're having. Leaked details of deal spark revolt. Conservative activists are recoiling as details leak from the immigration deal being negotiated in the Senate, suggesting illegal border crossers will be do you hear that? Will be immediately eligible for work permits, and the government will allow up to 5,000 illegal immigrants a day before expulsion powers take effect. 5,000 a day. They should be talking about massive sums of money being set aside right now for the colossal effort to take every one of these people and boomerang them back to where they came from. Absolutely, that's the conversation. How many billions are we setting aside right now to collect them all and ship them all back? Instead, they're talking about work permits. That we don't have an excess of jobs. Whose jobs are they going to get? Well, it's going to be skill set match, isn't it? So all the white people in the upper middle class, they're going to just shrug right now because they're selfish individualists, as these people come in and skill set match blue collar white workers and take them out of their jobs. Take away all of the benefits that the labor unions have clawed for us back from the capitalist hogs who just want to enrich themselves as much as they can. Cupidity to the ends of time. And that's all going to be transformed. And because we don't see ourselves as a people, just like as happened in wave after wave of immigration into the United States and the rest of the West, the white people who are not affected immediately are going to shrug their shoulders. Negotiators have tightly guarded plans during their week of talks. But Rosemary Jenks, government relations director at the Immigration Accountability Project, said she has been briefed by multiple people familiar with the negotiations and has been sharing details online. She said the current framework includes a right to government-funded attorneys. So you paying for every one of these motherfuckers coming across the border to have an attorney to represent them. That's what the Republicans are doing. For illegal immigrant children struggling through their immigration courts, and an expansion of legal immigration, which are priorities of President Biden. In exchange, Republicans would win new limits on attempts to claim asylum and expanded speedy deportation powers, but no significant new restrictions on the Homeland Security Department's power to parole illegal immigrants directly into the U.S. So what's it worth when you have a cottage industry of false documentation to get people into the country under asylum, to restrict the asylum types of claims that can be made, when you have the people who will produce the documents for the types of asylum that will be permitted? This is what Republicans do. This is what the Nancy Maces do. This is what they give us in response. This is their resistance against anti-whiteism. As they claim, oh, I'm a woman and I've been put down. I'm a white woman. I've been put down as well. Ms. Jinks said the deal, based on those outlines, would do little to derail the unprecedented number of illegal immigrants pouring across the border. I think we'd be lucky if it didn't increase, she told the Washington Times. Increase as a consequence of this legislation. There's nothing in this that I have seen or been told about that stops catch and release. So instead of them just, essentially what happens here, instead of them just crossing the border and being processed and then let go, now they can just cross the border, get processed, get let go with a work permit. That's what will be the result of this legislation. That is the result of this legislation. Her version of the bill has scorched through conservative circles, and activists are rallying to demand that the Republicans back out of the talks. Like, how would they not know to already leave the talk? How? Because they're anti-white. And they're just going to tell you what you want to hear to get your vote. The individual Republicans will just tell you what you want to hear to get your vote so that they can stay at the trough. But they're anti-white. They don't give it. They're selling this. This government is at war with the white race. I mean, do you need any more evidence of it? If Mexico was and Central South America were populated with Polish people rather than non-white people, anti-whites, Democrats, and Republicans alike would have built a wall to the moon. But no, these are non-white people. And the anti-whites are at war with Western kind. And we have to start talking about it this way, or it's over. It's over for the white race. Their chief target is Senator James Lankford, the Oklahoma lawmaker, serving as Republican lead negotiator. In a statement to the Times, the senator pleaded for patience. He said those attacking the deal haven't seen the outline. Can you believe he's making excuses? How much more do you need to see? How much more do you need to hear? This is the biggest problem. The number one issue is the border. President Trump was elected the first time and will be elected again because of the border. And Republicans are like, well, no, just have some patience. These gelded Republicans voted into office by these sewing circle bitches, male and female genitalia, but females all. Sewing circle, Republican sewing circles. Oh, he's a good gelded white man. He'll be good for us. He won't be dangerous. No, you're going to need somebody like me, which means that if we have to get to that outcome without you having a voice in this, bitch, then that'll be the only way. And with that said, we'll be right back.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred.
Это без имени продакшн.
One people, many countries, it's true. Might have branched off, but we're tied at our roots. So much we went through, I don't want it erased. Every culture will survive, cause it's in our DNA. North to the south, to the east, to the west, man. It's time to start seeing yourself as a firm West man. Need each other now, they come for our identity, which is what we need, so I hope you are feeling me. Let's look into the other side. Past all these invisible lines. Please no more, brother wars. Forget the score, need the cure, brother yours. Leave us torn, please no more. We can't have another brother war. You say I owe you, brother, I am down bad. Still I wish I could give just for you to have. I am not at all nonchalant to your pain, nor am I saying that you are the one to blame. Cause it sounds like some things crooked government would do, but it doesn't sound like our ancestors, me or you. I think we've been betrayed and it's so hard to find the truth, but I know the modern day and what we both need to do. Let's look into the other side. Past all these invisible lines. Please no more, brother wars. Forget the score, need the cure, brother yours. Leave us torn, please no more. We can't have another brother war. I don't want to see another brother have to die, and I don't want to see another sister have to cry, and I don't want to be seen as different across the line, and I don't want to be seen as different across the pond. Look, I know I'm passionate and I'll hold back when I write, but I promise you I'll always put our differences aside. Doesn't matter your religion or what you think about politics, cause I see the big picture and what we need to solve all of this. And I do not care who is gay and who is straight. I mean, we need more West babies, but the fact still remains that we all have been damaged, and I don't want to cause more, so we can rebuild this together, any weather, no more brother wars. No more. Past all
Let's begin that celebration, ladies and gentlemen. You know what time it is. It's time for some swashbuckling. We have the great Franklin. We want to celebrate him. Let's get out some big celebration for Franklin. Big salutes, big raucous emojis, if we could, please, for doing the minutes, which is an arduous thing, a laborious thing, ladies and gentlemen, doing the minutes for these gatherings, these protracted gatherings we have together. We rock, we roll, we talk for the longest time, and people say, Jason, your stamina is too great for me. It's too amazing for me. Your stamina is just too much for me. By the way, no woman has ever said that. But you're just too much stamina for me. And Franklinator goes through it all. Give him love. Give him celebration. Give him what he deserves. This is the man, Franklinator. God bless you, brother. We love you. Thank you so much for doing the minutes on every single. He just keeps coming back. He keeps doing it again and again. Give it up for the great Franklin. And we're not going to stop there giving it up for the great Franklin, because we also have the great Franklinator making the world gleam with IRL activism. There it is. Check it out. There it is, Franklinator, ladies and gentlemen, end anti-whiteism. Stop white erasure. Stop white erasure. End anti-whiteism. The media is anti-white. Folks, it's everywhere in the world. Franklin is a force of fucking nature. My God. Big salutes. This guy is the best among the best among the best. Give it up for Franklin. Also modding here today, the great Franklinator. There's few people as amazing as Franklin. And he's out there, the kind of material that he's out there delivering, empowering the people. They see it once. They are empowered with it. God bless. Please, everyone celebrate. Big raucous emojis. Quadruple 07s for the Franklinator. We also want to celebrate, look at this, ladies and gentlemen, the American Freedom Party, and I believe this is associated with maybe Ameren, Jared Taylor. They're talking about Patriots Day over there. That is what we want January 6th titled as Patriots Day. Get rid of the apostrophe. Patriots Day, Jan 6. That is what we want. So big salute. Fantastic. It's spreading, ladies and gentlemen. Patriots Day. We will own it with our dollars, and we are making it happen. Celebrate there. Patriots Day. Hey, take a look at this. Homeless Bear. And we got to thank Franklin for getting this information to us. Homeless Bear over here. And you can ask Franklin in the live chat who this is in response to, because I actually don't think I have it here. Is it written anywhere here? I don't think so. Or maybe it's written up there. I can't see who that was in response to. But Homeless Bear says, in response to what's written here, my family arrived here in 47 on a boat from Italy. So that's a non-starter of my family ownership, I guess, of slaves, right? I was born in 93. So Homeless Bear, the epic, colossal Homeless Bear, the successes this guy's been having, he says, weak take, in my opinion. So you're saying the rest of the white race is indeed on the hook for reparations? How about this? We don't punish entire groups for crimes or injustices of individuals, past or present, and then shares the MC. One does not simply atone for a grievance never committed. And folks, 42.8 thousand views on this thread at that point, and still counting, on a big content creator's Twitter channel. God bless Homeless Bear, but it doesn't stop there. 42,000. And again here, Homeless Bear's response. Crimes against normal white people get filed away in the hush crime folder. If they could openly celebrate these crimes, they surely would. And then shares the anti-white narrative meme here. Absolutely epic. 57.1 thousand. 57.1 thousand and counting views. Hundreds of likes. Homeless Bear, a machine making it happen. Big celebration for Homeless Bear, ladies. When you see this happening in the real world, when you see this showing up everywhere, it's not somebody moving somebody else's window. It's team-wide well-being. It's people like Homeless Bear making it happen. Give this man some salute. Not done yet, though. Check this out. Homeless Bear on another big content creator on Twitter. White guilt and positions of power are an extremely dangerous combination for the most vulnerable members of Western kind. NoWhiteGuilt.org. This is your brain. This is your brain on white guilt. NoWhiteGuilt.org meme. 33,000 views. Oh my, what is it? Over 100,000 total? Is that what it was? Big salutes. 3 responses. Homeless Bear. This is how you swash, my friend. This is how you talk about some swing and swash. This is some big swing and swash, buddy. This is big time swing and swash. Homeless Bear, God bless him. That's how you swashbuckle, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta love Homeless Bear. Big salutes for him. Hey, we got this. It's a Comedy, damn it. Officially launches coming out February 2nd, Groundhog Day. But you can absolutely right now head on over to Amazon and other platforms. You can type in It's a Comedy, damn it, Jason Kuna. It'll come up. The audiobook is available right now. If you haven't already written a review, write a review that you think will be appealing, if you think it's worth it, to our MAGA friends, our conservative friends. It's a great way during this election cycle to introduce them swappingly, gloriously, to introduce them to the work that we're doing here in service to white well-being, a true resistance to anti-whiteism. Ladies and gentlemen, big swash, make it happen. Let's celebrate RC the Realist for the song that we just played, his new song, No More Brothers Wars. And let's celebrate him and his lovely wife, Echo, for the song that we played, I think we played last week, Save the Children. Both of them, big swash. Give them some celebrations. And let's wish RC a most happy Promethean birthday. It was his birthday this past week. Happy birthday to you, 07007s. Raucous emojis for RC. This guy just keeps creating more and more epic music in service to white well-being. Gotta love him and his wife, Echo. Let's celebrate Based White, who's out there in the world on Facebook, and he is spreading white well-being. He's in the comments. Big 007s for the swashbuckling champion efforts of Based White. We've already seen him in the live chat today. Already a glorious champion. You know him well. No white guilt clips, ladies and gentlemen. This past week, 2 weeks, this guy has churned out numerous professional clips that are just wonderful. Then they get far more views than I could ever hope to get. They're able to introduce people. Let's give it up for the efforts, the various efforts, the manifold efforts of No White Guilt Clips. The work he's doing in service to white well-being is unparalleled, inimitable, par excellence, big time. No White Guilt Clips. Love for that guy. There's another person on Instagram, maybe. Name yourself in the live chat, making a clips of yours truly on Instagram. Big salute to you. I'll get your name. I'll get it. I want to celebrate all the new memes that White Student Transmission has made just this past week, I think with the help of AI. I want to celebrate Jesse Waters using anti-white twice in December. Big victory there, getting him on Fox to use that. We also have this to wrap it up in the swashbuckling celebration. We'll be bringing Jill on here in a moment. And that is the Biospirit of the West wanted to share. He said, we had 2 wins this week. One was King Arthur Flour baking competition, which Southern Bloom brought to our attention. They limited the competition to non-whites only. There was effective pushback on social media to the point that the company exited social media promotion of the competition. Then folks moved to complaining about their anti-whiteism on the company website, and now it appears the competition has been abandoned by the company altogether. The second win was the Johns Hopkins diversity officer who posted a very anti-white report on the position on DIE hiring. The account End Wokeness played a huge role in getting this report circulated online. There was so much public pushback. The diversity director deleted the report and issued an apology. He wraps up with this. He says what he likes about these victories, these wins, is that they were not dependent solely on Team White Wellbeing, but were taken on by white people at large, people seeing an anti-white injustice and now take action against anti-whiteism, take action against our victimization. Ladies and gentlemen, that dialectic is pushed by us. It didn't exist until us. It didn't exist until the work that you're doing. It would have been everything else under the sun, against the Marxists, against the entirety of Jews, against all this. And now it's about white people being victimized. Celebrate yourself with that. And in 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the glorious, the wonderful Jill Colton. Hey, Jill.
Hey, Jason. How's it going?
Oh, it's going great. It's great to see you again. How have you been? It's been too long.
I know it has. You know what? The last time I talked to you, I was in Canada, and now I'm in Florida with my family. But it's not been the greatest trip. We've been sick. I think we had COVID, the flu. And yeah, it's been raining nonstop here. My son has to get dental work. That's costing a lot of money. And it's like, ugh. But anyways, I am happy to have left Commie Canada, and it's very cold there right now. So I'll take the sometimes sunshine rather than all of the snow, right? So
Right. And Canada, I mean, we'll be talking about that in just a moment, but we got a video we're going to share, and I want to get Jill's responses to this Canadian woman. We'll do that in a minute. It's crazy, the kind of things that are happening in our once great country of Canada that have been usurped by the anti-whites, and they're destroying. Well, kind of great at some point, but they have really driven it into the ground. What's one of the main reasons that you decided to turn your back and to head down to the great state of Florida?
Well, we bought a house here in 2016, and I would say it was mainly because we knew something was going to happen. And I know people probably think, what are you, a psychic? Like, no, we had a feeling that something big was going to happen because politically it was just so chaotic. And we were like, you know what? We loved Florida, obviously the ocean. California was out because of the taxes, and it's insane there. And we just figured, you know what, going to Florida was our best chance at a freedom state. That's what we honestly felt. And we were like, you know what, we want to be in proximity to Trump, because we knew that a lot of conservatives were in the Palm Beach County area. I'm not even joking. We were like, if Trump's picking this area, he's a real estate genius. He knows what he's talking about. And people can say whatever they want. Do you own $1 billion worth of real estate? I don't think so. So yeah, He does know what he's talking about in terms of real estate. I'm a real estate investor. The guy knows. So I was like, okay, we can't afford Palm Beach County because that's like for bazillionaires, like literally Trump plus another $1 trillion. That's who lives there. It's insane the money that's there. But I was like, you know what? We can maybe move a little bit north of that, be in proximity to it. And everything we predicted, I hate to say it, I'm going to tip my hat to my husband and myself, we were correct.
Nice.
So when COVID hit, we came here and it was open. Everything was open during COVID. We had a totally normal life. We lived here for 9 months. There was no sort of masking. I mean, there was a little bit of masking, but it wasn't insane. My kids had a normal life. We're going to the beach every day. Wow. And yeah, we just knew that Florida was a hot place, figuratively. And your predictions have been correct because, I mean, all of the real estate markets in the United States, out of all of them, Florida continues to rise. All the rest of them went down. And you know what? Everyone's moving here from different states. I don't like that because it's mainly New Yorkers, from California as well. But you know, like we were here for all the excitement, for sure. You can feel the excitement here. There's so many famous people that live here now. I mean, you have Elon Musk. He is, you know, rockets are launching from, you know, just 2 hours north of us. We saw a rocket launch actually the other day with SpaceX. It was in the air. We were like, what is that?
Wow.
There's so much excitement here. There's so many people moving here. There's so many conservatives here. You know, Palm Beach County is littered with conservatives. You have Tucker Carlson lives in Naples. You have, you know, Donald Trump. Donald Trump Jr. lives, actually, I can see his house from where I live.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and his girlfriend, Kimberly Guilfoyle. And, you know, you have Matt Drudge. Well, he used to be conservative, or maybe he never was, but he lives in Palm Beach. You had Rush Limbaugh lived here when, you know, he passed away. Yeah, it's crazy the amount of people that live here. And then like all these Fox News people are coming down here. They're all late to the party. All right. Laura Loomer lives here. Like, it's just, there really is a lot of excitement. The Babylon Bee is right up the street from me. Their head office is like literally a 5-minute drive. So there's a lot of conservatives here for sure. So I feel like I am a normal person here, whereas like when I'm in Canada, extremists, get away from me. I can't talk about anything. I come down to Florida and people are saying crazy stuff to me. Like, they're just like, you know, Bill Gates, he's a farmer now. Do you know what he wants to do? Like, I don't even have to mention it. When I say just one little thing, here's an example. I went to Marshall's and I'm in line and I said something to my son, something like, oh, you know, oh, boys don't play with that or whatever. Like, it was a toy. It was for a girl. And the cashier behind the counter goes, that's great that you're teaching him that. Enough of this trans crap. It should be not in schools. I don't agree with it. And I was just like, and this is why I live in Florida, because people say things like this to me. And I'm like, yep. Oh, and the other day I was talking to somebody for a preschool for my son on the phone. She just starts going into a tirade about AI and how AI is taking over, and like they're, you know, the TV can monitor you. And like, I'm just like, you never hear that in Canada. Never, ever. But here, all the time. It's totally normal conversation. That's why I love
it. You can't say enough actually for that sense of belonging in such an environment. And the opposite, when, like you're talking about being in Canada, so many of us, we live in areas where with anti-whiteism as the sort of the morality, the social morality of the day, to speak at variance with it is like to be like a Dracula, you know, in the age when they're hunting these people, and that sense, that sort of psycho-spiritual sense that it does to you, the harm that it does to you, to feel like you're moving through the world as this villain, is detrimental, and definitely detrimental to children. Are your children, are they old enough yet to be aware that?
No.
Okay.
But
they at some point they will.
Yeah,
that they belong.
We're already, you know, trying. Like, obviously, I want my children to have a childhood. I don't want to inundate them with, you know, too much at such a young age. But you know, we splice things in here or there. I don't want my children to be naive to any of this because, you know, my one son is blonde and blue-eyed, and he's going to be a target. You know, specifically blonde men are, and my husband is as well. They really are targeted. I mean, they're seen as the enemy in Hollywood. Like, every bad guy in a movie now is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. You know, and we tell him this. We say, you know, it's so hard because he's so young. Like, I mean, I don't want to ruin him. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want him to already be a jaded child at 5. But you know, we do tend to splice into conversation things just here and there. But I totally can relate to what you're saying about the vampire persona, because when I'm in Canada, I do feel like that. Like I really have to be careful about who I divulge, just what I consider to be regular conversation with people. Like I have to be careful because I don't want my children to not be invited to a birthday party because, so-and-so's mom doesn't like me for whatever reason because she sees me as, some extreme right winger. So in Canada, I mean, I'm in the slim minority. I even in the area where I live, which is very conservative, I mean, a conservative Canadian is like a liberal, like, way more to the left in terms of, American politics. The Democrats here, I mean, they're crazy. The progressives are crazy. But like an actual Democrat, like a real, like Bill Clinton Democrat, they're more to the right than a Canadian conservative in many cases.
Wow.
So you have to align yourself really in Canada with the PPC party in terms of like getting along with others, because the PPC party is a little bit more the dissident party. They don't have any political power, but if you said, oh, well, I'm not a conservative, I'm a PPC fan, I like Maxime Bernier say, then you would be able to relate to somebody much better. But if you're like, I'm conservative and hey, we got to stop that immigration and white guilt is like an actual thing. And like, hey, there's a lot of anti-whiteism out there. Like they would look at you like you're insane. Like,
yeah.
Although sometimes I hear it. I mean, I know two liberals and they're very wealthy and I didn't even know them really. My husband was doing work for them. And they started talking to me one day and they're like, everything in the media is anti-white. And I almost fell off in fear. And this was like 2 or 3 years ago. So
wow.
Right? Like sometimes people will surprise you. You never know.
Well, that's the thing, Jill, that I think white people, we've been arguing, forever. White people need a moral matrix to act. And they haven't had one until these concepts that enable us to defend our well-being, to say that something's anti-white, that is specifically targeting and vilifying and harming us, harming our children, and that will enable people like even white people who consider themselves liberals, but who have money and power and all to finally speak up and say, this is really detrimental. This is really targeting us. And we've had cases even in Canada. I think Rise is maybe in the chat right now, or she was a little earlier, where she had, I guess, the equivalent of the Child Protective Services here in the United States come to visit her. She had a disagreement between not the in-laws, the husband's ex-wife, and did not like the children being taught about anti-whiteism. They came and they spoke with her, and she said, look, this is anti-whiteism. Yeah. And she told him it was anti-whiteism, and she's just teaching the children to not be ashamed of being white and to object to victimizing people on the basis of race. And the Canadian Child Protective Services was fine with that.
Really?
They thought that was, they were like, okay, they were fine with that. Whereas, that if they had said something else, if they had said, oh, this is the doing of, I don't know, the large Chinese population, it's all their fault here in Canada, they would take the kids right away. You know what I mean? If you blamed another race of man for it, they would immediately victimize you without another thought.
Mm. Yeah. I don't know, because Canada is insane. I mean,
it is insane.
During the whole trucker convoy, when they arrested any sort of person that gave, $25 to the truckers, they shut down their bank accounts, or they didn't arrest them, they shut down their bank accounts. Nothing surprises me anymore. I mean, they just arrested a journalist, David Menzies, for The Rebel. They just arrested him because he was asking questions to Chrystia Freeland, who is the deputy prime minister. I mean, it's insane what is going on in Canada. And if you think that there is freedom or we are free there, you are delusional. It is not that way at all. Even when I cross that border, man, I take in the freedom. I'm like, whoa, I can smell it here in America. Like, you guys complain in America, but you don't live in Canada, all right? Like, there's some really wonky, weird stuff going on. I mean, they're shutting down the internet. Like when I'm at home, there are websites I cannot access. There are news stories. They will not allow any news stories to be on Facebook anymore, on Instagram as well. And here it's just like that doesn't even exist.
Right.
It's just crazy what's going on there. It's scary, actually. Like, I think to myself all the time, I don't want to raise my children there. But unfortunately, that is coming here. And every time I come back to Florida, I feel it a little bit more. It's incremental, but I'm, I can sniff it out. And, the more liberals are coming to Florida, and DeSantis has done some really weird, wonky things, flying to Israel and signing anti-free speech agreements. And, so all this stuff I'm aware of. Does it affect me, on a baseline level and a community level? Yeah, because my kid goes to like a public school now. And I know people in chat. Oh my God, she is going to a public school where, why are you not homeschooling? Blah, 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 blah. There's like many reasons for that. I might be doing a homeschool program next year. I'm going to find out. But like, even in the public school, like they did a whole Christmas around the world thing. And my son came home with a menorah, and he came with like, how they celebrate Christmas in India. And I'm like, I don't care about this. This is ridiculous. I don't want my kid even, like, who cares? Why does that matter? He's in senior kindergarten. Why would it matter how they celebrate Christmas in Israel or India? Like, it's just kind of weird stuff that I'm like, it's unnecessary. Like, I'm a Christian. My children are Catholics. Private Catholic school in Florida is so expensive. Like, it's not, especially where I am, like, it's not even on the table. Homeschooling programs that are Christian based is a much more likely idea. But, they don't even really do the Pledge of Allegiance in the public schools anymore.
Really?
It's weird. So there is some of that coming in here, right? But at the same time, when I talk to the teachers at the public school, they're kind of based. Like, they are. Like, I catch your drift. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're saying. Like, I asked the teacher, I go, okay, so like, is a boy or is a boy a girl? Like, do you teach that? And they were like, no, we don't put up with any of that. And I was like, okay, it's not so bad.
Wow.
Please don't public school thing. I know I'm going to get reamed out in the comments. Like, I don't want to get into it because it's not even interesting. There are some things about homeschooling that I don't like, and there are things about the public school system that I don't like either. You have to go with what is best for you in that moment and what you think is best for your child. And at this moment in time, with our child, like, the public school is we're in a well-to-do area. I'm not that concerned. We pay an extraordinary amount in taxes. So school is a really good school. Like, I've been in and out of that school. I've talked to the principal a bunch of times. Like, it's a different kind of school. I'm not that worried about it. And in fact, I would say that the school my kid goes to in Canada, which is a Catholic-based school, and it's taxpayer-funded Catholic-based school, they're about a year behind. The children in this particular school in the US, because it's rated so high as a public school, it's like an A rating. My child is actually behind. At home in Canada, he's ahead. But here, because the school is much more rigorous, it's much more advanced, they are so just adamant about kindergarten's reading. I mean, it really is, for me, I've been brainwashed about the school system in America because I come from Canada, right? They've brainwashed us about healthcare, they've brainwashed us about the school system. And I can say from experience now that at least where my child is going to school here in Florida, it is a better education system. I get emails from the teacher. I get personal emails. They have so many cool things for the kids. Like, they have to wear uniforms. It's a public school. They're wearing uniforms. Like, none of this is at home. So, like, at least in my experience.
Right.
And I'm relatively new because my child's only in kindergarten, but I'm pretty sharp. Like, I can weigh it. I can say, school seems like my kid has a computer at his school where he does like these reading assignments. They don't have that stuff in Canada. Meanwhile, our taxes are through the roof. Teacher salaries in Ontario, the teachers control the province of Ontario. You have to understand. You're talking about some of the wealthiest people in the province. I'm talking middle-class wealth are teachers. They're teachers because the salaries are exorbitant. Meanwhile, down here, it's not like that. So the teachers actually, it's more merit-based than it is anything else, right? Because it's not salary. You have to have a love of teaching down here. You're not getting these $150,000 salaries with summers off. Like that's not happening here. So you're getting a lot more passion from the teachers, from my experience.
Well, we have people in this community that kids go to public school, kids go to private school, private religious school, and homeschool. So we got the whole spectrum. And I think really wherever they go, including homeschooling, because of the materials, you got to get the materials, but your children are also going to be in the world. If you're not on the qui vive when it comes to anti-whiteism in any of this, it's going to get to your children and it will harm them as a consequence. Especially light-featured white children, but all white children are going to be harmed by the ideas. And especially we know that the earlier that anti-white ideas are injected into white children, the more it becomes part of their identity, the harder it is for them to later challenge those ideas in life, because they end up having to challenge their own identity. And that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, you obviously are identifying anti-whiteism. And so that's going to be the greatest boon to your children, is for you to be able to point it out and say, look, that's anti-white. And this is the ideology of anti-whiteism. They'll be able to identify it as a consequence. And then, like so many parents in this community, I've discovered that when you are able to say these things and predict what the anti-whites are going to do, the kids come back and they think you're a magician. They think you're like a god. They're like, oh my God, exactly as you said. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Instead of the authorities outside the home getting the power over your child, and then them coming home and hating you for being, part of this white, older, stodgy that ruined the world with your existence.
Yeah, like I totally agree with you 100%. And I also, speaking to that, like you can only protect your children so much. This is a virus that has attacked all of the Western world. We are all under attack from this anti-whiteism. And, you can protect your children by homeschooling them. But guess what? Eventually, one day, they're going to have to get out into the real world, and they are going to be confronted with this reality. So my philosophy is that I will be doing or undoing the damage at home constantly. It will be monitored all the time. It's not a big deal for me because it's what I do all the time. I talk about it with my husband. My husband is the same as me. It's not, it's not like, oh, we have to go that extra effort. It's just a way of life. This is what we discuss. This is the reality. So I'm not that worried about it, to be honest. And actually, I think to some degree, being exposed to it helps you recognize what it is and to be able to defend against it, especially when you have your parents explaining what's going on. Yeah. Like, I don't want my children to be naive to it at all. But there are certain things that I won't do. Like, I won't send my child to a school if I look at the demographics and the child is in the minority. Never going to happen. It's never going to happen. I'm not going to put my kid on a bus because I can't monitor that. I trust the busing system. I've seen too many videos. I'm not going to do that. Yep. And, I'm not going to live in an area where I'm a minority. I'm just not going to do it. Like, I don't think it's safe. I'm not going to raise my children in that kind of environment. Some of the saddest things I saw when I lived in Toronto was, I remember in the summer, there was a camp, and Toronto is like globalist #1. It's like Washington, D.C., London. Oh, wow. It's bad.
Damn.
So that's why we got the hell out of there. And it got bad really fast. It was like surprising how bad it got, how quickly. Anyways, I remember driving, and I didn't have kids, and I saw this one little white kid at a camp. Like, they were walking across the street in downtown Toronto, and there was one white kid, and every other kid was like Indian or Black. And I remember being like, that's wrong. Those parents are doing that child an injustice. And I just, my heart broke. And I remember thinking like, I will never do that to my kids. Like, I just will never do that. They will never be in that position. And, you know, hate me for that. I don't care. That's like, I don't care. Like, this is what it is. So.
Amen. Amen. Those babies are going to, they got a good mama and a good father. So I have no doubt, but you're right. You're absolutely right. You can't put a white child into an environment like that. This is we live in a totally anti-white world. The white child is going to be the demon in the room, the hated minority, and happily victimized with impunity, as we see across the world. You're talking about the bus videos. This is a regular thing. White children being attacked across the West, and they'll do anything. They'll make any number of excuses for the behavior of non-white, anti-white children who prey upon them, because this is what they're teaching. This is what the teachers are teaching the children, that the white race is awful and has raped the world of natural resources and every invention, and all. We've taken it from everybody on the planet. This is a natural consequence of that thinking. And this is what you're talking about right here, is what all good white parents are going to have to do. They're going to have to get your kids out of these environments, because they're just going to be preyed upon.
Yeah. And if I felt for even 1 second that was, you know, if I sniffed it out, I would be like, no, I'm not going to put my kid in that environment. Like, it's never going to happen. I'll homeschool him, or both my sons. You know, in this case, you know, we're not in that situation. But it was funny because when I went to the school, I made sure, like I saw in the pictures on the wall, like, what do the kids look like that are going to be in the class of my child? You know, I take a look. It's important. Right. I don't live in delusion. I don't. Listen, I grew up, and when I went to high school, it wasn't a primarily Black school, but there was a lot of Blacks in my high school. And, you know, not to divulge too much information, but I've never had any sort of violence perpetrated against me, except one time when I was in high school by a Black guy. And, you know, it wasn't anything that was like, you know, really, really serious, but it was definitely violence on some level. And it was definitely shocking to me. And it changed my life, really, because it happened when I was about 15 years old. And I remember being like, okay, you know what? They're different. I'm going to just stay over here. And like, that would, you know, and in many ways, I'm kind of grateful for the experience, because it's always put me on high alert. I've just naturally always been high alert now. I have like strong instincts. So yeah, it's unfortunate that had to happen. You know, my parents at the time thought, oh, well, diversity, this is, you know, the country's changing. You know, they went to an all-white school. They grew up in an all-white community. They had all that social trust and all of that. But they, you know, I don't fault them. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's what they thought. They were doing the right thing, you know, like, oh, well, it's good for you to be exposed to this because this is the way the country is going. And there's more and more, you know, immigrants coming in. And meanwhile, like, you know, I'm going to school and I'm like, I don't think this is right. Like, I don't really want to be around this. And I played basketball, right? So like, I had so much exposure at a young age. And I think that's why I'm what I am. It was experience. I'm not coming from a place of ignorance. I'm coming from a place of experience. I have lived in diversity my whole life. And I can tell you, it's not great. There's been nothing but, you know, I don't want to say bad, but like opportunities have been taken from me because I wasn't the right skin color. I was physically assaulted. You know, I've been, you know, racist comments have been hurled at me. Like, I lived in Toronto, one of the most multiculti cities in the world. I worked at CP24, one of the most multiculti, you know, media stations probably in the world. Like, you know, I have been embedded in diversity. So I know what's up.
You know, and that's why you rejected. Yeah, see, the boomers, you know, our parents, and all, they grew up with high social trust, no crime, all white schools, and they were told a lie that it's just people who look differently than you. It's just everybody's the same. They just look different. And so you're going to want to be amongst them and familiarize yourself, when in reality, there are biospiritually instinctual differences among the races of man that are not overcome, that are exacerbated by number and numerical courage. When there are very few, they are very wary, and when there are very many, they behave very differently. And there are different things that is not just number that influence how aggressively they will project their instincts onto their environment. But as we can see, their instincts are not our instincts. Their environments that they create are not our environments. We need to have our environments if we are going to feel safe, if we're going to feel in harmony with our environment. You're leaving Canada because it's less and less Western. It's less and less like what you have internally. And other white people will be leaving there for the exact same reason. They'll look out at the landscape and they'll say, this isn't me. And this is not reflecting what I feel inside, and they'll leave. This is a reality.
And I agree with you. I don't feel like this is controversial on any level. I mean, look at most of the world. Most of the world is homogenous. Nobody has a problem with that. Nobody cares that China is 94% Han Chinese. Nobody cares that Japan gets to stay Japanese, and so on and so forth. But if you, as a white person, say, you know what, I kind of want to live around people like me, European descendant people, and in my case, like Canadians, like my my family has been on the land in Canada over 12 generations. Like, you're talking about hundreds of years. Yeah, like I want to be around people like me. What's wrong with that? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I'm not, this is the thing. Like, I take people for what they are, but ultimately, I do want to be around my own people. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. And I'm tired of feeling bad that I feel this way. It's a natural instinct that has been brainwashed out of people, and not me. I mean, I just, I see it as like just a natural thought. But God forbid you have it. You're a white supremacist or whatever name they want to hurl at you and call you and malign you, unfortunately, because, if you are public with these sorts of thoughts, it makes life very difficult for you. But that's changing. That's changing. I don't believe that that's going to be the case for much longer. I really don't.
Well, I don't either. I mean, I like to take on these the folks when they talk about denying us a place of our own that is reminiscent, or that harmonizes with our instincts, our internally, our spirit. I like to point out to them, or first of all, I like to put them into the position of telling me why I need to be victimized. Why do I and my people need to be victimized? When I point out that non-white people complain that the West doesn't reflect them and what they feel internally, and that's why they have to change it, anti-whites will agree with that. Yes, it's got to be changed because it doesn't reflect. So tell me why I need to be victimized then. And most anti-whites, they don't like, or even your average person really doesn't like having to tell you why you should be victimized. The anti-whites that will argue that you need to be victimized, at least you get to know who you're talking to and you can move on. Maybe just, disassociate with them. But the bottom line is that we are victimized by the environments that anti-whiteism creates. And as you just noted, white people are getting sick of it, and we're speaking out against our victimization. And sometimes it's with comedy. Let me put this up on the screen. See if I can hear. Okay, here's this woman. Let's see if you can hear, and let's see if the other people can hear the audio.
Hi, I'm Canadian, where we're trying to make it almost impossible to get any kind of vitamins or supplementation, but it's totally legal to have up to 2.5 grams of heroin or methamphetamine.
Okay. Could you hear that, Jill?
Yes. And she's right.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm a big natural supplement person. So I'm friends with, people that own these supplementation companies and the baby food companies that are getting their baby food from Europe and such and being shut down. And they're just beside themselves because you're talking about medical tyranny. These people are trying to sell health products in Canada, and they cannot because all of their stuff is getting flagged at the border and they're being shut down. Meanwhile, oh, you want to have some heroin? No problem. You want to have some cocaine? Sure. Oh, more needle clinics are going up in the cities, Vancouver and Toronto? Sure, no problem. You mean people are strung out on the streets, you know, high on opioids or whatever it is that the taxpayer is now giving them? Yeah, no problem. That's okay. Like, this is true. This is insane.
Yeah, let's it's so it's such a great example of how anti-whiteism seeks to white erase all of our norms. So we object to random and wild drug use and society endorsing it. And so that has to be put in place. However, it was just a few years back where the cigarette tobacco industry, which was associated with patriotism and this sort of thing, came under, I don't smoke, and I don't like smoking. I don't like the smell of it. But it came under attack and they banned it everywhere. Why? Clearly because it was associated with patriotism and being a cowboy and being an American and being, you know, and all of this sort of business. But then they say, well, you have to be able to smoke marijuana everywhere. Far more chemicals in that. You have to be able to use heroin. We got to get you the needles. It's clearly all about attacking our norms, attacking us.
Oh yeah, inversion society, completely satanic. It's unbelievable. And yeah, like, it's funny where I live, it's a small little town. So in Canada, it's like 23,000 people. I guess that's not that small, but like for Canada, yeah, it is like a smaller town. And there are at least 6 pot shops in this town.
Whoa.
And they're everywhere. And you're just like, okay, this is sick. I grew up in an environment where they would push commercials ad nauseum about don't do drugs kill you. And then there would be like some guy on a gurney, like in a commercial. And you'd be like, yeah, that makes sense, right? Like, don't do drugs. And here they are now pushing heroin, cocaine, like meth. Like, what is happening? Like, even if you were a liberal, you'd be, okay, this is weird. Like, it doesn't work either, by the way. Like, Vancouver was one of the first ones to implement this program like a decade ago, with giving homeless people drugs, or like drug addicts drugs, whatever they were doing, you know, the war on drugs. We're going to give them more drugs and then that'll help them and they won't OD. Well, it didn't work. It just created more drug users. And yet they're like, let's continue to proliferate this program. Of course, it's because it expands government. It gives more new jobs. It creates control. They want you to be out of it. They don't want you to recognize what's happening around you. They want a populace that is controlled. How do you do that? Through drugs. I mean, you can see all the benefits, but it just goes to show you the government wants to kill you.
They do. If you're white, they want you dead. There's no doubt about that. We're every Western country. I mean, you see the same thing. Let's see something else she says.
Hey, I'm Canadian, where if you disagree with our political views, we'll call you a white supremacist, freeze your bank accounts, and beat you with horses in the street.
Beat you what? With horses? I don't know what that's about. But yeah, I don't know if you...
the trucker convoy. That happened.
What was it? Tell me what happened.
The police went after a protester, and they have video of it where a police officer was on top of a horse and was beating a guy who was participating in the trucker convoy. And I think they said that he was up to no good, but that was a lie. They just made it up. Yeah.
Right.
The police went insane. Like, listen, I come from a police family, so I'm supposed to be pro-police, but I can tell you, like, they went crazy during COVID. I just lost all respect, man. Like, it was just the power, the overreaching power from Canadian police in all jurisdictions, you know, provincially, and the RCMP. Like, it was just disgusting. And it just made me realize that, like, when push comes to shove, they are foot soldiers for the regime. That's who they are.
Yeah.
And they're not going to give up their cushy jobs and their insanely high salaries. They're not going to do that. They're going to go along with whatever they're being told, even if they disagree. It takes such a principled person to be like, to stand up against that. And you know, the saddest part is if you had even 100 really principled cops that were like, I'm not going to do that, it's not okay, they would back, like, the unions would back off. That's what would happen. but you don't even have people banding together and standing up against it. They just go along with it. And it's gross, man. It's just, I like this girl, by the way. I like her. She's like so pretty and kind of funny, and she's a good representative of Canada. She's good. A lot of times, attractive women.
We like attractive women here as well. So we're all men, right? Not like the rest of the white sympathetic sphere.
But I'm like, Canada has some pretty girls, man. Can't we just show them? Like, they do exist.
They absolutely do exist. Did you know of her before I sent you the clip or no?
No, I'd never seen her before, but I like her.
Yeah, I've never seen her. Just this week, I came across a couple of really good clips. One was, we're talking about the transgender stuff with children, and they I don't know who it was. They had a little boy, and I don't know, maybe 6 or so, and they said, okay, do you want $10,000? They put $10,000, I think it was 10,000 on the table, or these 2 Oreo cookies. And he chose the Oreo cookies naturally. And this is the age that they're allowing them to decide in some jurisdictions whether they are a little boy or a little girl, irrespective of their genitals. They can't make the right decision, a wise decision when it comes to $10,000 or 2 Oreo cookies.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about, and you said it right. When it comes to white people, it's all about the inversion, because it's about white erasing us.
Oh, of course.
It's the inversion society. Whatever we do, whatever we like, whatever we rely upon, whatever makes us healthy, that's got to go. Got to go.
Anything that is like, from a spiritual perspective, like anything that is Christian valued is absolutely inverted. And you're living under a satanic regime. Even if you're not religious, how can you not see it at this point? Maybe you don't call it Satanism, you call it evil. Well, guess what? It's the same thing. Like, it really is.
Yeah. Let's see at least one more what she has to say.
Hey, I'm Canadian, and we don't like opposing views here, so you actually can't even watch independent news media on social media platforms, and we're about to take down podcasts and even Netflix shows that the government doesn't like. Yes!
So you actually mentioned that earlier in our conversation here about them blanking certain news sources in Canada. How widespread is that?
Oh, it's all over. It's Bill, I think it was Bill C-61, and it was a huge deal because it was put forth by, and I forget his name because it's a French name, this guy who's essentially an eco-terrorist, by the way. He was arrested for eco-terrorism back in the day, and then they decided to make an MP, and then they put him like at a high cabinet position in the federal government with Trudeau. And he's the one who pushed it through. And then there's another guy involved in it, and he's not even Canadian. He's like an immigrant, and I think he's from either Colombia or Ecuador. He's a communist. He's a straight up communist, and he's just like, no, we're not going to have free speech in Canada anymore. Well, we didn't have free speech to begin with. Don't get me wrong, we didn't have it to begin with, but they're locking all the sites. The censorship is like out of control. I mean, I just, the truth is I just start to ignore these things in Canada because they're so insane at this point that I was so involved in all this stuff about 3 or 4 years ago. And I realized like it's on such a downslide, like it's not going to get better there. It just, and people can say, oh, you're black pilling, Jill, you have to have faith. But I know the people that live there for the most part, they're so government worshiping. They are so cowardly. They are so petty. We don't even have a media that is not completely controlled by, the government. Even the ones that are like the alternative media as relevant. Like, I mean, it's, they're not talking about anti-immigration. They're not talking about anti-whiteism, okay? They're not highlighting any of that sort of stuff. Like, at least here in the States, you have the Jared Taylors, you have you have the Nick Fuenteses, like you have that. We don't have any of that in Canada. It doesn't exist. And because it doesn't exist, nobody ever hears another point of view. CNN reigns supreme, believe it or not, in Canada. I work in the news industry, okay? Listen, CNN, for all these dingbat journalists, is their go-to. They think it's legit news. They believe this. Like, I know. This is what I'm saying. They're so far gone. How do you help people like that? You can't. Their brains are so mushy. There's no point. It's pounding your head against the wall. Like Faith Goldie, who's a dear friend of mine, used to say, Jill, gotta fight for Canada, And I'm like, I'm with you. And then I was like, I'm not with you anymore because this is a disaster. And even she was like, you know what? I don't think there's any state in this country. I was like, I don't think so either. Yeah, it's hopeless. It's hopeless. And like, her video's cute and it's funny and all of that. It's funny because it's real. Like, it's tragic, really. Like, we shouldn't be laughing at this stuff. We should be fighting against it, like tooth and nail, but we're not, because Canadians are happy with their bread and circuses. They're happy with their little comforts and their insanely high housing prices and the taxes that are like at 80% if you include inflation and tax on everything. And they're happy. They're compliant people. It's not going to change. Like, it's just not. And the ones that don't believe in it, the dissident people, will leave. Massive brain drain, right? Like, just massive.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we'll definitely take them. we'll take the brains, show up and would serve white well-being with us, especially since we have our airplane doors falling out of the airplanes as they're flying. We had talked about maybe bringing this up. This is wild. If folks, did you all hear about the airplane that had the door plug rip loose? And maybe I'll put up Jill, you shared with me the Matt Walsh.
Oh yeah, it's so funny.
I won't be able to play that music, but let me grab it and we'll share. Now you have correct me, Jill, if I'm wrong. I don't know exactly. So it's a Boeing airplane. It's Alaska Airlines, but then Spirit Airlines is like a subsidiary, or they're operating the Alaska airplane, I guess.
Perhaps. I don't know. I don't know exactly too much about it, but I do know that it's an all-women team, and that in itself is terrifying.
Okay, I got to turn off the audio to it because it's a song that we'll get a strike for. So this is Matt Walsh says, ladies and gentlemen, meet the dream team at the manufacturer that made the plane door that just blew off in the middle of a flight. And here they come. And they made this video, and it's this like Feeling Like a Woman song. And look at these. My gosh, let me blow that up. Look at this, the dream team here.
Oh,
all
wow.
female. And it looks like it's at least half
senior citizens.
What's that?
Half of them look like senior citizens.
Yeah, they do, but they some of them look like they can hardly walk. You're right.
Yeah, like they have hip issues.
Yeah, they're incapacitated. But I mean, this is anti-white. They got rid of all the white guys, and you see, they still have white females for now, but they'll get rid of them as well.
Oh yeah, they're already doing that. They're advertising in Toronto for, I forget, Porter Airlines, I think, which is like based out of Toronto. And they're saying, oh, this is our all black crew. Yay, diversity. And you're like, but that's not diversity. That is the opposite of diversity. That's homogeneity. If you wanted real diversity, you wouldn't show an ad with just black cabin crew members. You would show an Asian, an Indian, a white, a Hispanic. It's just no white people. That's really what it is. Like,
that's exactly.
People are fooled by this nonsense.
That's why we love Jill. She knows exactly, just like, it's just no white people. We know what you're after.
I mean, if I'm not convoluted, my brain's not brainwashed to this crap. You look at a poster and you're like, the childhood instinct in you is like, there's no white people there. And also, like, not diversity, because it's not showing diverse crew. It's showing everyone's the same. Everyone's black. So it's really just an all black crew. So why don't you say that?
Yes.
They're not, they're pretending it's about diversity. They don't care about diversity. They just care about replacing white people. That's really what it's about.
Yeah. I mean, I was still a child, actually, when I started noticing, like what you talked about there, and I was like shouting. I said, "What more diverse?" They talk about an area. They would say, "This is a really diverse area, and this is a area that's getting diverse." And you could just look and see, okay, well, fewer white people they call more diverse. If it could be monolithically some non-white race, and they're like, it's more diverse.
Yeah.
It could be two non-white races. As long as the white people go, then it's diverse.
But then it was always with a positive spin, as if that was a good thing. And then I always would be like, why? Why is that a good thing? Explain it to me. I don't understand. Because not to be hyperbolic, but like in any other case, if this was happening in any other place in the world, that would be like genocide stuff. That's what that would be. You're having one ethnic group of people being completely replaced with another ethnic group of people. Why is that good? Please explain it to me.
Only the anti-white. See, that's what we get away with, and it's affecting.
White people are colonialists, and white people suck.
Oh yeah,
that sounds pretty racist. Okay, so I don't get it.
Yeah.
So you hate us. You hate us. That's what you're saying. Like that's really what you're saying.
Precisely. That is exactly what it is, and that's their justification, victimizing us, and that's in every conversation we put them in the position of saying that. And then they play the villain rather than us. But this is where it meets the road. This is where the white erasure meets the road. This is where we say that you can't have excellence where there is equality, and eventually you can't even have competence. And we've seen everywhere across the West where they are white erasing our standards. They're white erasing the white males from the workforce and the educational endeavors. And in the environment of aviation, where all of our lives are at risk when we fly, if some moron is able to bolt the door on incorrectly, and we have this happened. The Federal Aviation Administration announced an investigation into Boeing after an Alaska Airlines flight was forced to make an emergency landing when a door plug fell off the fuselage midair. This is the West coming apart.
Breaking news now. In the last hour, the Federal Aviation
and becoming the third world.
Officially announced it is investigating Boeing. Now, this comes after a mid-air blowout on Friday on one of Boeing's 737 MAX 9 planes. Now, all of those jets have been grounded. The FAA formally notified
Boeing it is conducting an investigation. They're going to be blaming Boeing now
to ensure completed products conform to its
because they want to try to distract. Boeing has the same exact diversity hiring
with FAA regulations. This is investigation
problem
to determine if Boeing says the FAA.
I see the problem. I just saw the problem with the door, the door falling off. Yeah, I mean, this is the world, our first world environment everywhere, and it affects people at every level. Even just calling to get help with something now, you would think by 2024 that you'd be able to resolve an issue with a credit card company or with the cable network or whatever it might be, easily. But everything has gotten worse since it is increasingly anti-white.
Totally, I totally agree. There's nothing for me to say, and I agree. Like everything is getting worse. They say diversity is so wonderful and it's so great. Well, I'm like, well, diversity, everything is getting slower, harder. People have way more attitude. They don't seem to care. Like, it's just, everything is falling apart. This is like end of empire stuff. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing like late age empire stuff falling apart. And there's going to be some really weird and wild things that go on over the next, indefinitely, as we start to see the society crumble and white men are, pushed to the back of the bus. And we see all the diversity hires at the front and also the women at the front. Women have never had this amount of power either, right? And especially like Black women or like Asian women, like we've never given women this kind of power before. And look at what's happening. I mean, there's a reason why women shouldn't be in these positions.
Well, I mean,
I'm not for it. I'm for the men. Okay. Like I'm all for the men. I want to live in this masculine society. I like that place. That's a good place for me. I don't want to be a man.
Right.
Not interested. I like to be a woman. I want men to take care of that stuff. I'm all for it. Go men, go.
Go men, go. And we want to. I mean, guys are definitely gonna.
That's really what I want.
What's that now?
I should be saying go white men go, because that's really what
exactly. Go white men go. Exactly. We have to take the proverbial bull by the horns and start laying down the law. This safety that, for example, that now you have where you live is a consequence of white men. The Western civilization and the safety we created and the norms of being able to pick up the phone and have a person on the other end behave in a way that we would ourselves or expect in other white people. That was a consequence of white males, the environment that they created for all of this to flourish, for the protection of children to flourish, the kind of way that the West has treated children, very different from the rest of the West of the world.
Mm-hmm. And women.
Them immensely. And women.
Yeah.
Precisely. And women, which they did not enjoy.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep cutting you off. Sorry.
No, please go. Please.
I was going to say, like, I've traveled a lot across the world in my life, and I can tell you, like, white women are super clueless about the safety that they live under with white men. You know, you can't go out at night in these Black neighborhoods. You can't go out at night if you're in, Manila, Philippines, and you're a woman. Sorry, that's not going to work. I'm not saying that every single place in America is safe for white women to walk around, but we do live under the safety and protection of white men because they're living under a different moral code. Like, white women are so spoiled, and they don't understand how good they have it. They don't get it. And it's like, do we really have to learn this lesson? But unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to. And I don't want to have to learn this lesson. I don't want to feel afraid. I don't want to have to worry about my safety, but I do. I worry about it way more now than I ever did before.
Right.
Even living in the West now. Like when I was in university, I went to the University of Toronto, and I used to walk around 2 a.m. No problems. I was fine. The city was so safe. That's when it was like way majority white. And now I would never do that. I would never walk around the city at night alone. Forget it. Never going to happen. It's majority non-white now. I don't feel safe. Can you even speak English if you're walking into somebody? I don't know. Like, it's multi-culti hell. That's how I see it.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the real loss, is that sense of safety that is sort of intangible and until it's gone. You just take it for granted. White males who were men of the West before so many of the white males today, they created this environment where we could be safe, where a woman could go out, proverbially take the stroller out at midnight and stroll through the city. That's all gone in a lot of places now, and increasingly gone. I think we're going to need a lot more white women like you, Jill, who are saying go white men, because it's so legally, so many women have the power in the West over men, and unless they are going to take the position of go white men, it's going to be really difficult. White men will have to really walk away, I think, from a lot of women who are still enjoying anti-whiteism and the perks of anti-whiteism for women in general, not necessarily reached them yet. And that is a challenge that we still have to grapple with, I think. What are your thoughts on that before we let you go?
But you know what? The funny part is that women that get married are more likely to become conservative. So, I mean, I don't know. It's tough to say. Like, I don't want men walking away from women, but like my husband is always into these videos, those like, oh, what did women do sort of thing next, like these MGTOW videos. And I'm like, what is that? The relationship? No, he's just into like the psychology of crazy women. He just loves it. He can't get enough. And I always catch him like, why are you watching that? He's like, this chick is crazy, Jill. You got to see this. He's like, and he even says, and we've been married for 14 years this year, I think. Yeah. And he even says, like, you know, these white guys, man, like, what is the reason for them to get married? Like, it's not going well. But I'm like, I'm such a romantic. I'm like, no, don't do that. We need white men to get married. We need them to have babies. And like, I mean, you really are going to see men like drift off if there's no reason. First off, their government hates them.
Yeah.
And if they don't fall in love and have children, I mean, what's keeping them going? Some stupid video game and pizza on Fridays and porn? Like, it's so sad. It's just like, wow. It's all bad. It's all bad.
It's all bad. It's so true. It's so true.
Right.
Men are definitely going to have to come together against anti-whiteism if white people are going to survive this.
That will be way more successful. You need women in the movement. You really do.
Yeah.
You like, you know, to just say it's all men. No, that's crazy talk. You need women too, man. Women will inspire men. That's what they do.
Yep. 100%. It's going to take men and women coming together in service to white well-being, say enough is enough for our families, for our future, for our people, our children, and Jill's children. Thank you so much for coming on here with us again. You'll have to come back very soon. You want to tell folks where they can follow you?
Sure. Thanks for having me, Jason. I'm just on Twitter right now at Jill Colton Free. I'm very active on my Twitter because it's really the only thing I can do right now when I have 2 little kids running around. I'm hoping to get a Rumble channel, but that hasn't started. That'll be something I'll obviously discuss on my Twitter if it happens. Yeah, but that's where you can find me, and you can hear me bitching at people nonstop because that's what I do. Wasting my life away on Twitter.
And we love it, Jill. Don't stop. Don't ever stop. We love it.
Yeah.
But, we'll have you back.
By Indian people, because that's like the latest thing. They love to attack, right? Yeah.
Oh, Indian?
Oh yeah, there's so many bot farms in India. Like, you say anything about India, and oh wow, like they just attack you. It's hilarious.
Oh, wow.
Really nasty. Like, I gotta stop. I gotta be nicer. I'm a Christian. I gotta be nicer. But I'm hothead. Like, I got a temper, man.
That's good. That's a positive.
I don't.
That's
my husband. I don't think he would agree with that. I'm a real. Yeah. So.
Well, yeah, it's easy for me to say from the outside, but yeah, seeing you get hot-headed on Twitter is fantastic. We enjoy that, and maybe I'll have to take on some of the Indians as well and see what they end up doing. See if they attack me.
This is the thing, right? Like, you're attacking them, but there's not even a real person on the other end. And I'm like, what am I doing with my life? It's such a waste of time, but I get so mad. Or I just mock them. I just mock them. But again, like, you don't know if it's a real person, right? And you're getting this Twitter war with this person and wasting your life away. And then you're just like, okay, what am I even doing? This is so stupid.
Well, I mean, if you're
pardon?
What's that? I was going to say, if your audience is learning from what you're saying, if they're taking away something, that's a good thing, even if you're talking with a robot.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like, I like to just practice my debating skills, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know I'm doing it. Like, I do appreciate Twitter a lot. Like, I really do. I still, even though it is kind of boring, like, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think it's kind of boring under Elon Musk? I find it not as fun as it used to be. It's kind of stale. What do you think? Do you like it, or you don't care? You're probably not on it as much as me.
I might not be on it as much as you, and I have struggles with advertising because I get mass flagged on Twitter, and they have an AI system that responds to the flagging and then just obeys, essentially. So there are plenty of anti-whites still on Twitter, but maybe they're not as colorful as they used to be. I don't know. But they do have, by the way, I mean, I have had posts that they've taken down, and they said, and it was clearly just mass flagging, and they said it was for breaching their code on hate and saying disparaging things about victim groups, where the post that this was done to didn't say anything about any groups of people, but it was clearly just a demonstration. But I didn't know that Twitter had these policies in play. I thought Musk was not going to do that.
No. Let me tell you, I have an old account that was banned because I called some hag fat. And honestly, all I was doing, okay, in all fairness to me, she wrote that. She wrote it. She said somebody was fat. So I was like, okay, I'm going to write that about you. And then I got flagged because my account was big. It was like, I don't know, it was like a couple 14 or 15,000 people on it. And what happened was I tried to get the account reinstated like last year, and Twitter was like, no. And I'm like, why? Why won't you? Like, all I did was say somebody was fat. And it literally, that's it. That's all I said. And they just wanted the account gone, right?
Yeah.
Because once you get over 10,000, then you start to be, and you're over like probably 20 or 30,000, then you really start to get a microscope watching you sort of thing.
Right.
They really hone in on you and your behavior. So I have to be a little bit more careful, I suppose. But I'm still below that threshold, so I can still get away with, really rude comments.
I thought you were going to say, Jason, in all defense of myself, she was an actual bloated blobfish.
Oh, she probably was. I think she was. Honestly, I think she was. I was just being honest. I mean, why couldn't I be honest? It's not fair. And you're not allowed. Why can't I say that word?
Yeah.
All this language thing.
Oh, I know. It's all about running us into the ground, putting us into a story that harms us. And I told the joke before, back in my day, back in my youth, blowing a tranny had a very different meaning than it does today. It has a very different meaning.
Today, diary or dear diary, I said blowing a tranny on Twitter, got suspended. Yeah.
Anyhow, you're great fun. You have to come back sooner. I know you all were sick, and God, what a terrible December that was for y'all.
Oh, it was awful. Yeah, it was terrible. It was like, I'm pretty sure it was COVID because I'd had COVID before, and you get the chills and then you have that fever and it feels really weird. It's not like a typical flu.
Right.
And it lasts like a little bit longer, but I survived. I'm here. And my dad, who's like 70, he has it and he's not doing so great, but he'll be fine. It's just, it ripped through the whole family and we were so sick on Christmas. And it sucks because it was my second Christmas in a row where I came to Florida and I was like on the couch dying of illness. Just bad luck. What are you going to do?
It makes you even more of a fighter. You're going to come out stronger than ever. I think I might have COVID right now, although I better be careful because YouTube gave me a strike once for saying that.
You know what? You told me that you were sick. I would have no idea. Wow.
Well, thank you.
If it was me, I would have been complaining nonstop. But you're a real man who doesn't complain. I love it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
There you go.
Hopefully it'll make me meaner as well. And I'll be able to take it to the anti-whites. That much harder.
I think
you've got to come back sooner next time, all right?
Okay.
And we'll have you on for even longer. You got to be like a regular. I think you're so fun. I think we could have you like once a month if you could make it. That'd be great.
That would be fun. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I'd like it.
Yeah, the folks love you. This entire community. I get messages every time you come on.
Oh,
I get
really?
messages for days. Yeah.
Nice.
I get messages for days. People are like, the Jill woman was great. Have her back again. So
I'm glad. My husband is just like, annoyed by me, but I'm glad that you're entertained by me.
Well, we'll give him a little reprieve from you, and then we'll be able to enjoy you when you come on with us, and he can take care of your beautiful children. That'll be good.
Yeah, that'd be great.
It's a win-win.
Pardon?
It's a win-win.
Oh, it's a win-win. Yeah. It's a win for all of us. It's a win for the community, right? Like everyone. Yeah.
I would like to get folks to pray for your father and send him some positive energy so that he could feel better. Let's do that, community.
Thank you.
And for you and your family, Jill, some prayers and positive energy for them, if we could, folks. so that they could have all that they want in life.
Thank you
All that the
so
group-
much. That's so sweet. I love it when people pray for me. It's just like makes my day. Thank you.
You're so welcome. And come back real soon, okay?
Okay, I will do that. Thank you so much for having me, and God bless you.
God bless you. Talk soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, I really enjoy Jill. She's great fun. She's smart. She's quick-witted. So, I mean, she obviously has a high intelligence, but she's also sagacious and like in total, touch with reality and able to tell it like it is. So that's fun. That's and it's rare nowadays. My goodness. Really rare nowadays. I also really liked how early in our conversation, she said she wanted to be in proximity to. She didn't say in close proximity, which is redundant. Proximity means nearness. So that's like saying, when people say close proximity, that's like saying closeness. She wants to be in proximity to Donald Trump and what they were doing there. Thought I had during that, she was talking about if Donald Trump is buying somewhere, then it means it's a good place. People used to, in business, they used to follow what Starbucks did, because Starbucks, for the longest time, had to make wise decisions with regard to where they were going to put their stores. And so you knew if they put a Starbucks somewhere that it was a good market and it was on the upswing. Real estate upswing, housing upswing, everywhere around it. Now they've got so much money, they can put it in the ghetto, put Starbucks in the ghetto. So you can't really follow that barometer anymore. But what a great conversation that was. Spirit Airlines, I didn't get a chance to show it. Spirit Airlines, Alaska Airlines, both involved in this plug door, and Boeing, of course, plug door that blew off the plane. They both have these massive push of homosexuality. So they have these giant plays, these giant like parades and shows where it's like all rainbows and it's all be a homosexual, be attracted to your own sex, have that be your identity rather than just your attraction. No, make the planes fly, do the customer service. Do not push anti-whiteism on me. Do not make people who are attracted to people of their own sex, do not make them think that that has to be their identity as a person. Stop trying to white erase us. Stop trying to get rid of our norms. It's insane. The guy's bouncing around. When I say gay, you say gay. No. Do the customer service. Get my white ass and my bags to my destination in an efficient manner. Honor the contract that I create with you to fly me from point A to point. Do it better than the other airline. This is what you do. You see, they're not pushing at any of these places where the door rips off while you're flying, which could have been catastrophic and killed everybody on the airplane. People are now shrugging. Alaska's offering $1,500 to the people on board. It should be more like 15 million. This could have been catastrophic. You have the door blow off at a higher altitude. The vacuum could have sucked people out at a higher altitude. Could also compromise the structural integrity of the airplane. Could have fallen right out of the sky. They're going to want to try to divert it now. We all know what's going on. It's the white erasure of white males, of white standards from these institutions. Do you see Alaska Airline? Do you see Spirit Airline pushing any other ideology but anti-whiteism? No. And if you were to say, why aren't you pushing, say, like the right to self-defense? They would say, we're an airline. Why would we do that? Well, then why are you pushing anti-whiteism? You're an airline. Why are you doing that? Do the airline thing better than everybody else. But Jill is marvelous and really great to have her on. She's always a big sport. Can't even. I'm sick, and she was even fun. So I think I might have the COVID. It's weird. It kind of came on like I was drowning. I mean, it was like one of the times I had COVID before. I had this post-nasal thing that was seriously drowning me. Happened again. And then it was like this massive, like crushing skull to foot pain the next day. Burning up and shivering, coughing and sneezing and throat pain. And then I started to like come out of it. And then it's like coming back. It's coming back. Hank is here, Diversity Airlines. Yep, Rise is here. Great to see you. Yeah, exactly. Why aren't you pushing how to maintain the effing plane? Exactly. Green Lord is here. The Nameless One is here. White Student Transmission said that what I'm describing sounds like what he had. Hey, but the fight has to go on, right? I can't take days. I mean, sometimes you get too ill. It wouldn't be very fun if I was just like wrapped up like, But if I can fake it, then I'm going to be here. Brush with Darkness is here. Swanee River is here. Hello, hello. Casey is here. She says, I have made it. Today is my Jason's birth. So she has it. So happy birthday to your Jason. It's got a great name. Jill, positive vibes from me and mine to you and yours. Well, thank you for that. For Jill. And let me take a look at the financial gifts. We do not have any mail in the thaumatological mailbag, which, as you know, is the magical mailbag. But we sometimes use very educated words here to make the dummies leave. And so we really don't have any announcements other than It's Comedy, Damn It. Audiobook is available, even though the official release is February 2nd, Groundhog Day. And you can get it, and you can write a review if you feel so inclined to intrigue and interest MAGA conservative people as a way to swash on them, bring them over to the work that we're doing here in service to white well-being, which they need to hear. They're not going to be able to go around supporting Nancy Mace's and have any Western civilization left in the next generation or so. So we're going to need them talking about anti-whiteism, anti-white, like the great Jill was doing, because then, as you can see, once you get thinking down this track, you come up with the right answers. You can't come up with the right answers by going any other direction. I'm afraid that's just the way it is. And just taking a quick look to see if there are any other tags for me. I do not see them. So let me go over here and we'll take a look at the financial gifts. And we will refresh. Mestizo says, remember when you said something about sneezing blood? Oh, yeah, that was COVID. That was nasty. And let me refresh over here and make sure. Looks like on Entropy, we have one financial gift from, you know, if it's going to be one, who it has to be, right? Get out your raucous emojis, your quadruple 07s for the one and only Dupro Moments. Financially gifting 50 white well-being dollars. Get this man some crowns. Get him some crowns. Rain crowns on his head. Dude bro moment, DB50 coming in. For white well-being, he writes. For white well-being, dude bro moment over there on Entropy. God bless you, brother. If there's going to be one there, it's going to be DB50. Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody celebrating DB50. We'll jump over here. Looks like we are blank on Subscribe Star. And over here on Cash App, we have the one and only First Last $50 financial gift. Get this man some crowns as well. 007, quadruple 07s for First Last. He showed up. He bring in his money and his intellect and his time. God bless you, First Last. And he said, for white well-being, First Last. Thank you so much, good brother. I really appreciate that. Let's swivel around over here to Odyssey. And how are we doing over here on Odyssey? We have a financial gift from Robert. $10 from Robert. Thank you so much, Robert. And he writes with those $10, great show tonight. Jason, remember that the night is darkest just before the dawn. We appreciate you, Jason. Never forget that. Thank you, Robert. I really appreciate that. I really, really do. The signs of appreciation, especially after the years of the slander and everything, are highly valued by me. I really thank you. We also have a $5 financial gift from Land of the Fake, Home of the Gay. And he says, let's frickin' go. Amen to that. Let's frickin' go. Amen. And that's over there on Odyssey. On D Live, it looks like we have, I think this was from last week. Spartan, yes, with the 4 lemons and the 1 ice cream cone. Thank you again. Nonetheless, my friend. Thank you, thank you. And over there on Rumble, hello to anybody who's over there. I don't see any tags. Just tag me there or anywhere. No white guilt. And I will speak to your questions, comments, or concerns. Swivel back around this way. Casey said, her Jason says he's delighted and says thank you. Well, that's fantastic. He has manners too. Good man. Promedian Kitchen says, in Canada, the housing crisis and cost of living crisis is so bad that construction companies are only building townhouses because no one can afford single-family homes. I've seen the same here in the States, where increasingly it is townhouses, because as that population goes up, the demand for housing and the number of houses relative to the people is diminished, and therefore the prices go through the roof. The American dream, created by the white race, is stolen from us in this process. That the American dream of own your own home and all that, the attendant responsibilities and sense of pride and ownership that come with it, a phenomenon created by Western kind, by Westman, and that is stolen from us with anti-whiteism, specifically speaking to here, this immigration, both legal and illegal, because you allow them to just keep pouring in, house prices go up, and people can't afford homes anymore. So you have so many of these most recent generations, and they look out at the world and how much a house costs, and they're like, this is not possible. They're going to be perpetual renters for their whole, like me, never own a home because there's just no way it can happen. How can you do it when they're hiring to exclude you as a white male? I mean, that's really how it should be discussed. They're hiring to exclude you as a white male. So let me see what else we have here. Let's see. We don't have, and as I say, announcements wise, it's just It's a Comedy, damn it, now available, not pulled down, thankfully, and it won't be. It shouldn't be, but available, as I say. And I will. Should I bumper this? We'll do a short bumper, and then we'll get into the Go Free lesson of the day. All right. Go free lesson of the day. What is a victim group in the anti-white world? It's important to understand what a victim group is and to call it the correct name. Because as in all things, calling things by their proper name is where you have to begin. But we see this, and this is going to be, I think, in the 3rd edition, something I'm going to include more of, the 3rd edition of Go Free, which is going to be like a big book. And we are creating all of this for our people. And you can see how quickly it happens, though. The curative contagion spreads very rapidly. You see Homeless Bear sharing the things that he's sharing astutely, intelligently, and 50,000, 40,000, 30,000 views like this on big accounts. People are seeing these things. They will repeat them. The conversation changes. This is how the world changes. It doesn't change by giving this long list of wishes. What we need is, we need to control this department, federal government. We need to control that department, federal government. That's a wish list. White men and women of the West, they roll their sleeves up and they get down into the gears. Now, to the lay person looking at how well, I don't know, let's say the new Charger runs, they can hear the rumble. They can hear the growl of the motor. They can see it streak down the road at top speed. And they have no idea what's under the hood. They have no idea of all the intricate pieces that make that machine so glorious. Somebody has to get in there. People have to get in there to make that machine glorious. They have to figure it out. Well, when it comes to our reclamation of our destiny, we're it. I'm afraid we're it. Other people have wonderful wish lists, and I can appreciate people who bring news are doing something different. They bring, what's happening to us from a take and a perspective, and bring news otherwise that would be ignored by anti-whites or even alternative sources. But those who are recommending paths to the reclamation of our destiny, and therefore the end of our victimization, they have wish lists that go nowhere. They've been, my entire involvement, as you know, has been nothing but listening to people give these beautiful wish lists, and they go nowhere. They're ineffectual. So we're the people who have to get in. We're the people who have to roll our sleeves up, get under the hood, get to the drivetrain, put the banjo in, put the turbo on. We're the people who have to make that happen. And then the clueless or the everyday or the superficial can look at the Charger go down the road and say, well, it's self-evident that the Charger works. It's self-evident that it roars. It's self-evident that it's fast. That's what they're going to do. Nonetheless, though, for it to exist, we have to do it. And that means years of trial and effort. That means the scientific method. And that means evaluating, discussing what a privileged group is. Because ultimately, in the anti-white narrative, the first privileged group, well, let me ask you this. What group is the first and most often talked about privileged group? It is the victim group. They call the victim group. That is the black race. In the anti-white narrative, anti-whiteism, they expand out from there. But you see the argument originate almost all the time with this angelized group. They can't do no wrong. And if they do, it's because of the white man. If they do, the white man has caused it, the white man has engendered it, the white man forced them to do it. And from there, it moves out. It moves out racially to all the non-white races, including Jews, encompassing all of them, to turn them against the white race. And then that moves further out to our women, white women. They then become what? A victim group as well. Really, these are privileged. They're all privileged groups. And then that is extended even further to people who are attracted to their own sex, physically attracted to their own sex, people who think they're in the wrong body. And if you think what's bad today is enough or as crazy as it gets, just wait. Just wait another year, 2 years, 5 years. And there'll be more. This is all about stacking groups of people up against the white man, which makes it self-evident that the white man is Western civilization. The white man is the West. White men and women have to come together to resist anti-whiteism, to push back. We have to come together and assume the roles in our relationships with each other, but also with leading our people that are more natural for us, that are genetically predisposed for. We have to assume these roles increasingly, or there's simply no hope to be able to resist. Part of the process of taking on anti-whiteism is identifying all the groups, identifying everybody that they would call a victim group as a privilege group in our regular conversation. And when you do so, you'll find that it's really powerful. That moment, there'll be a really powerful moment when they say victim group, you say privilege group, because they get the benefits. You're able to follow it up. They get the benefits. They get all of this. And the sort of the pall that falls on your interlocutor, your audience of one or more, is powerful, because you immediately dispense with this idea that these people have been victimized or are victimized, continually victimized, and therefore that's why you have to be victimized. You immediately dispense with that. You've identified the preferential treatment, special privileges, and freedom from responsibility that they get, which are not just non-white, but also white people included in this, and a lot of white women included in this. And that does what? That divests the anti-white of the right to victimize you, to victimize our people. So it's a powerful tool that I think, and I want to hear if you all have any views on it, that I will address more in the 3rd edition, and we'll build it into more of the commentary, because divesting the anti-whites of the right to victimize us so that it just becomes just blatant, obvious, bloodthirsty victimization of white people is more powerful. Is powerful enough to not overlook in our conversations, online, offline. Swanee River says that Jill is great. I don't know if she's still listening, but she says Jill is great. Thank you for that, Swanee River. Kitchen says, I kind of get the feeling that I'll probably be one of those forever renters, because I don't think I'll ever be able to afford to actually buy a home, because most of them are $500,000. Precisely. Samuski says, I love it. Women hitting the wall, says Fact. Yeah, the housing, especially in areas like Northern Virginia, it's just unbelievable. There are townhomes here, $1 million. So it's cost prohibitive. And then ultimately, you're paying property taxes forever anyhow, and they'll take it from you if you stop paying that, even if you ever pay it off. B says here, your book is on the way, so I don't know if this answer is in there, but is the most effective manner of mass, but what is the most effective manner of mass swashing the public? Online. Absolutely. You can get online in a single day, in just a couple hours, and visit blogs where you can leave comments for 10, 20 different interest groups: hiking, climbing, fishing, boating, automobiles. You could even narrow it down: race cars, Formula One, NASCAR, skydiving, botany. You could just go on and on. You can visit all of these different places in one afternoon and intelligently drop key concepts in the conversations. So like in an environment where there's obviously not going to be like a lot of socio-political conversation, you could weave in, for example, if it's automobiles, maybe you'll say something like, this anti-white push to get rid of muscle cars infuriates me. You know, you'll get a lot of sympathy for the attack on muscle cars in such a chat, but you identify the attack on it as anti-white. That is going to do an immense amount of good, because a bunch of people there will read that, and now they'll have a concept in which to put everyone who attacks their cherished thing. How about the fishermen? And I'm not a fisherman, but you know, I have fished. Their waterways being closed and the waterways being polluted by all of the illegals or border crossers, whatever they're allowed or can be called, border crossers coming in. You could mention, you know, if it weren't for anti-whiteism, we wouldn't have this massive influx of people polluting the waterways. You could write that in. Bang, now you've done it. So various ways to get into all these different environments online, virtually. And you should always a person who is saying that online activism is somehow less than or is questionable or something. You should always wonder about them, because prior to the internet and your ability to talk to thousands of people in a single day, how did you reach that many people? Well, you'd have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars for like a billboard, right? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands for commercial time on radio and television. I mean, you can now do it for nothing. You can now reach people and targeted groups for nothing. You just find these different places where the conversations are taking place. Now, of course, you can definitely go to libertarian blogs. You could definitely go to conservative threads and live streams. You can drop keywords here and there. You could do like the outreach team does, or the solo actors in service to white well-being do the same thing. They find a content creator with a massive audience and then make a friendship with that person by leaving comments every now and again. And then you start dropping the key concepts. And then we celebrate you when the content creator starts using those key concepts, other meme curative concepts for white well-being. And then it's reaching tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people. I mean, we reached millions of people in 2023, far more than any other group by way of this strategy. Far more. You're never ever going to take the streets over or the government over. You're never going to secede. You are never going to do any of these things. And I feel for the people who think that they could be done. My opinion is that they could never be done. And prove me wrong, I guess is what I'll say. Prove me wrong. If you think you're going to create a political party that's going to take over the government, prove me wrong. I don't think it's possible. I am firmly convinced that it isn't possible. If you think that Donald Trump's going to get into office and you're just going to staff the government with conservative people, and that's going to change everything. I don't think so. Prove me wrong. We see what the conservatives are using as their moral matrix, their moral yardstick is anti-whiteism. Everywhere you can go and listen to the chats, follow the live feeds on conservative content creators, see the kinds of things that they're saying. A great many of them use very vividly anti-whiteism as the social morality. So this, though, changes the conversation for white well-being. This is what changes how we are portrayed in that conversation, so that our victimization is central, preeminent, and that those we speak with have to defend their attacks on us. They have to attempt to justify wantingly harming us, wantingly harming our children. Like Jill's talking about her one son, blonde hair, blue eyes. I mean, all of her children, all of our children, nieces and nephews and grandchildren, they are the target. If they're white, they are the target. So we have to talk about things, or we'll end up like white people are ending up already in the West, already in our once glorious countries, South Africa, Rhodesia, where we're being butchered and slaughtered and raped to death and etc. And the white people there will still be selfish individualistically talking about, either getting rid of a whole group of people, or why can't we just look at the hypocrisy. That's not going to do it. I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait around or feel good about, look at the hypocrisy, or let's just get rid of another group of human beings when it's another wish list item, something that can never be done. Wait around for that and feel good, even though white children are being insulted, psychologically abused, raped, convinced to undergo surgeries to change their physical appearance so they can claim to be a different identity or whatever it is. I'm not going to wait around for all that. I want to make a difference. I want to, this is the thing I tried to tell people in the past, was that if your plan to end our victimization begins somewhere other than ending our victimization, you're doing nothing. You have to right now, the first step you take, and all the steps thereafter have to be ending our victimization. If you say, well, we got to do this, and then we'll get our victimization will end, or we got to do this, and then that, and then this, and then the victimization will end, and you can't explain how it will end after you do these other things, you've already gone wrong. The very first step, we're being victimized now. Stop the victimization right now. That's what we're doing. People are able to go and go to the school, go to the teacher, go to the school board, go to the town council, and argue powerfully right now. We've had people doing this. We mentioned with Jill on today. Rise had the Child Protective Service equivalent in Canada show up, able to stop the victimization right now. That's what we have to be doing. Because if it doesn't work right now, there isn't maybe it'll work late. Maybe we'll have something later. Everybody who's talking about a later, we'll do something, we'll do this first, then we'll end the victimization later, is misleading you, in my opinion. That was a protracted answer for B, but I don't think we're going to be doing, it's already 9:15 on the East Coast. I don't think we're going to be doing the Twitter space today. Now, that is going to be a normal part of the Sunday gatherings, is the last hour, 45 minutes of the gathering is going to be the Twitter space. But not today. We will be back. We will be back, though, on Wednesday. We got a great guest on Wednesday. Kitchen says, oh, no, we already read that. Let's see. Winghead Productions is here. Great to see you, brother. He says, I mentioned white erasure to William Shatner. He is experiencing Shat, Captain Kirk erasure. What's happening with him? I like that. Lavish put Western kind with a heart. That's nice. The Jules says the final stage will be to go after the kulaks who still have a real house, or God forbid, land of any consequence. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to get tired of mentioning how in junior high school, I told the adults, I told my peers that they'll eventually vote the car out of your driveway and the house out from underneath your ass. They're just going to vote it away, and it'll be legal because it'll be law. It'll be voted that way. They'll be putting the politicians in office. And look at what can be done now with the board. It's a legit invasion by like a strict dictionary definition. But check it out, elsewhere. Get other interpretations as well. But and nothing is done. Nothing can be done. What can the people do? I mean, what do you do when the government that has a monopoly on force wages war on the founding population, the founding stock population? What do you do? Oh, Brad C is here. Great to see you, brother. Well, we know that if you head down to the border, I mean, like people were doing all the way back in the 70s in the United States. They were calling on people to head down to the border, and it's your constitutional duty, and you've got a right to do it. And everybody just getting arrested. Everybody knows if you're white, you go down to the border, you're going to shut it down. They will kill you. So we need the moral matrix to be able to get fanatical. And that's what the Go Free method does. Wilson Bear over here on Entropy. Thank you so much, brother. $5 financial gift. He says, sorry I'm late. Been playing with the kids at the park for white well-being. Well, awesome. Playing with the kids with no white guilt was Wilson Bear. Thank you so much, brother. Fantastic. Let me just make sure we didn't have... okay, that's good. Didn't miss anybody. And checking over here. Oh, Spartan says it was today. So we'll give big thanks to a Spartan who gave today 4 lemons and also 1 ice cream cone of cryptocurrency. Thank you so much. Good brother. That was today. Oh, we also had, looks like Fledgling gave 3 ice cream cones of cryptocurrency over there on D Live. That's D Live's cryptocurrency. I thank you both most abundantly. Thank you. Thank you. I wonder if the anti-white ADL will show up to somehow divest me. Watch, D Live will reach out and will say, you have to sell us your D Live tokens for half what they're worth right now. Based White, we celebrated Based White earlier for his efforts to swash. He says, I work with no white guilt. Amen, brother. Thank you for that. Sloth says that Shatner was excluded from a Captain compilation of Star Trek. No. Seriously? How? He is Star Trek. That's weird. I thought he was Jewish. Isn't he Jewish? Or is he half Jewish? How could he be excluded? Like, there is no Star Trek without him. Let's have him on. We'll have him on. We'll ask him. If anybody knows, let me know. We'll have him on and ask him what happened. How about this? I will show y'all. Let's see. I'll show you. Y'all are. This is when, you, as white people, you get white guilted, and when that criminal, he knows what he's done wrong. He wants to do better. He knows how to do better, and you just want to give him that leniency. You see this. And they know exactly what to say to appease white people, don't they? Let's see what happens.
Redden, is there anything you want to say on your own behalf before I pronounce sentence?
Yeah, I feel that I shouldn't be sent to prison for a second time.
Have you looked at your criminal history? 3 felonies, a gross, 9 misdemeanors, multiple DVs. Got a lot going on, sir. Battery on a protected person, robberies, attempt home invasion.
I'm trying to learn from my mistakes. I feel like I shouldn't be sent to prison, but if it's appropriate for you, then you have to do what you have to do. But I figure that I'm in a better place in my life. I'm not doing drugs. I'm not out there committing crimes now. The criteria of me saying this is that I'm a person that never stops trying to do the right things, even if it's hard.
He's the kind of person that never stops trying to do the right thing, even if it's hard. He's off the drugs. He's in a better place. If you feel like you have to punish him, well, then, then you got to punish him. Maybe y'all saw the end of this video.
I appreciate that, but I think it's time that he gets a taste of something else, because I just can't with that history.
Yeah, that's the beginning of the video. If you missed it, if you saw the end of it, you may have seen the end of it when he dives across the judge's bench to murder the judge. But you missed the beginning, and the beginning is really the educational part, isn't it? Because you get to see him saying to white people what he knows white people have to hear. Everybody, if you're a guy out there, every white woman in your life needs to see the whole video. I promise you, every white woman needs to see that video. Play it from the start, which is this totally empathetic, sympathetic. I know I've done wrong. If you feel like you have to send me to jail, I'm off the drugs, and I know that I could do better now, and I'm in a better place, and all this bullshit. And really, he's just ready to murder your ass. Blink of an eye. Witty Kind of Saxony says, sadly, Star Trek pretty much died when that female took over. Okay, well, what a surprise. What do you mean? A director, a maker? I don't know. Sorry about that, Slots. Save it for next week, my brother. Save it for next week. Red Dog says that Shatner and Nimoy are indeed both Jewish. Kitchen says in Canada, you can create a political party like what Jill was talking about. The PPC party will never have any kind of power. The leader can't even debate officially. Yeah. So what's the use? What's the use? Politics, and this is all you got to say, and even for yourself, politics and the winning of political competition is 100% money. Unless you want to imagine that somebody with their money is going to so wildly make the worst possible decision, it's just not going to happen. So that means those with the most money will win the political campaigns. And more importantly, in an anti-white environment, the zeitgeist, anti-whiteism, is going to support the anti-whiteism in the political arguments and these political candidates. And so tell me again how a political party is going to be created to contend with that. You can't. They can trouble you throughout the totality of the political landscape, the machinery of the political landscape. They can trouble you, undermine you. They can get their ads up. The media will cooperate with them. I mean, on and on. So it's just a way to grift money off of people who are in, bad situations in life. They hate what's happening to our world, our West, especially a lot of white guys. One of the things that grifting content creators, what they really make their money off of, is making white guys who are alive today feel better about the fact that we lost. The reality is that white men made the West. And it's this glorious thing, and the whole world comes to the West, to what we made. But white men lost it. White men were defeated. And so on top of all of the guilting and the shaming of white males today, you have this reality that we walk around with, that we are not able to take back, at least until Go Free. We're not able to take back what our ancestors, so we created, we fall short of them. We feel like half men as a consequence. And so grifters, since these people they're not revolutionaries, they're just customers. Grifters can come along then and give the excuses for why we don't have dignity. We don't feel dignity. And that kind of mitigates some of the pain of not having that dignity. And then also to sell them on this illusion of this grandeur and this glory and these beautiful looking avatars of white male triumphalism. And it's just not there. So that's what a grifter just sells them that. And then when you come along like me and you're like, no, let's actually be great men of the West. That means we have to take responsibility for where we are. They're like, you're blaming the victim. Like, don't take away my excuse. Yeah. So, and then we can't just sit around and fantasize about being glorious. We have to actually go out in the world and be glorious. And being glorious today looks different than it has in previous eras of our history, where we were able to do something that comparatively, in some ways, was much easier, which is to grab the firearm or to grab a sword and to head out into combat. In some ways, much easier than today. Because today we have to go out into an environment where we've been divested of our dignity, and we have to take on very often not just the anti-whites outside the family, but in the family, and very many of those anti-whites, unfortunately, are our white women who will say, no, don't say that. You're going to get us in trouble. You'll get the family in trouble. You'll get the kids in trouble. They guilt the white male out of speaking up for our people. So that's hard work. You can do a lot of it anonymously online and get a great many victories under your belt. I mean, look at how much Homeless Bear has done just this past week. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And if you're out there and you're hearing my voice, my COVID infected voice, and you're thinking, well, changing the way our victimization is discussed is not doing anything at all. it's not a commentary on the effectiveness or lack thereof of the work that we're doing, because objectively, what we're doing is effective, it works, and it's spreading. It's a commentary on your inability to understand this very complex phenomenon of anti-whiteism and social dynamism, and how you can change from the positions we are in, where we find ourselves, how you can change the world. Face says yes. Would you kind of Saxony? Star Trek Voyager. She was the captain. Okay. I know it's really become, I guess, a all things anti-white. I still wonder why they would exclude him, though. Shatner. That's interesting. But even infected with COVID, we have come here today on a Sunday, a glorious Sunday. We have celebrated our heroes this past week. I want you to be a hero for next week. We're going to be back on Wednesday with a roll-in going free. That is going to be dazzling. I want you to be here. And looking forward to that, very much looking forward to that. I think it's going to be around 7 Eastern time. So keep an eye out for that. I'll let you know, though. But get fired up, get impassioned, and over the course of this week, let me just take one quick look over here. All right, good. Get impassioned, get fired up, get ready to make a difference in the world. This 2024 is an enormous year. Donald Trump running for office, we need to be a force to be reckoned with. We need to be changing that conversation. We need to be in people's mouths so that we can put an end to this victimization, so that we can put an end to what's happening to our children across the West once and for all. We see this, I was looking at it earlier, these marches in Italy. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is draped in Palestinian flags. Sweden, the streets are covered in Palestinian flags. Arabs, both of these places. Washington, D.C., Arabic, Palestinian protesters protesting what's happening in Palestine, shaking the fences, trying to tear the fences down at the White House last night or night before last. And you see white people who just hate Jewish people are giddy about that. My friends, that's the force that will be directed against you, that will be directed against the West. White people aren't turning out in the numbers, in those kind of numbers, anywhere close for Western civilization. And the reason why is that we lack the moral imperative until now. I love y'all. Let's go free.